But the mind moves faster. This is not luck, this is discipline. Mind pillar. Take me higher tonight. Do it all, we're chasing the light. Crypto dreams and neon skies. We rise again, we never die.
All right, legends, welcome to another live stream. Let's analyze the price of Bitcoin here together, and it looks like the bulls are gaining momentum here to the upside. I hope you are positioned in a long, and a couple of trades that was shared yesterday was quite an eventful day inside of the community. But as per the disclaimer before I get started, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm simply sharing with you how I trade and approach the markets from an education and entertainment perspective. I encourage you to do your own research. You are in charge of your own finances. Right, welcome legends. What is happening here with the price of Bitcoin? Is it going to continue here to the upside in an aggressive move? I'm going to be here for a while today, like last week. Okay, I'm going to be here for a while. Going to take it easy. Going to look for areas of rejections. Maybe a little short is on the horizon. We'll see how price reacts. And remember to smash up that like button. Hit subscribe if you're new to the channel for future notifications. Okay, this is where I do pure technical analysis. And right, let's get a party on the road. I must say, guys, yesterday was quite an eventful day inside of the community. A lot happened. I also did a private live stream, a little bit of an educational live stream. And I hope you guys took something away from that and you can apply it to your own trading system. And let's get the party started, right? Just going to take it nice and slow today. What I want to do is just pop out the chat, say hi to everyone. Let's do this. Okay. Let's drag this here. Let's do this. Okay. It's going to be nice and relaxed. For those of you that have 9 to 5s, I understand you don't have to be here the whole time, okay? I'm going to try and see how long I can push it. And maybe we can take some scalps together. Maybe a nice little swing trade because price is pushing up and it is in a rejection zone. We'll see how price reacts. A bull run has begun. Yes, there is an insane bullish case scenario where price basically just continues to the upside. I have been fairly bullish the last week since I've been back from my vacation. I have been very bullish, okay, based on the higher time frame analysis as well. If you guys remember what I discussed last week, I said, guys, it doesn't make sense for capitulation to the downside. Worst case scenario, price sweeps the lows again, but a capitulation has low probability. I've been more bullish and vocal about me being bullish and more aggressively looking for longs than for shorts. And I'm fairly well positioned in my long positions, okay. It was a nice little long that I took, was it yesterday? Guys, I'm going to go through what happened yesterday in the community. There was a long, there was a short, and there was another short. I got stopped out of the short this morning with profits. Managed my trade like a pro, okay? That weekly level rejection, do you guys remember the weekly level? Right? There was a rejection. You can see there was a rejection. Right over there, there was a rejection. That little purple candle, there was a rejection. I took advantage of that move because I knew that that could be a rejection zone to send price a little bit lower. I entered the rejection, shared it inside of the community, paid my fees, paid my stop loss, took profits, went to bed, got stopped out this morning with profits. So for me, it's not really a losing trade if I'm not losing money. Okay. Right, I just want to see why does it do this. Just close this. Okay, so let's get the party on the road. Let's also try and figure out, well, where is price at the moment? Can it get a rejection? Maybe for a scalp, for continuation back to the upside. Or maybe we'll even do some one minute scalping. 1 minute scalping. Let me continue here through the com section. I do see, however, that with every little pullback, there's bullish CVD forming. So it looks like the bulls wants to send the price a little bit higher. So shorts, you need to manage your risk like a king for any shorts here in this zone, because there is an insane bullish case scenario where price just pops here to the upside, smacking $70,000. And we're going to go through all those scenarios. But first, let me say hi to the community and we can get the party on the road. Okay, hi, hello Devil, Mr. Olivier, I always see you inside here, the live streams. Morning all, Richard, welcome. Chicken, Mr. Chicken, let's go BTC to 90K. That is a possibility, but very high target. There's a lot that needs to happen before Bitcoin gets to 90K. Okay, it's not going to happen today, right? It's not going to happen today. Maybe over the next month or so. Okay, it could smack that target, but not today. Right, let's go for 70K. Now that's more realistic. Okay, that's more realistic. 70K is a possible target here to the upside. Okay, could even be smacked today or tomorrow by the end of this week. Like button tapped on the way in. Mr. Nico, always great to see you here. Bull Screaming 90k will get obliterated once again. Yes, I can smell the bullish sentiment in the air. However, I do see that fear and greed is still at fear. So there's not a lot of, it's not even neutral yet, so there's still fear in the market, and perhaps price can push a little bit higher to bring the fear and greed to a neutral level. Okay, good morning from Spain. Welcome here to the live stream. Devil Marathon, great, yes. Okay, I don't know if you have the time to stick with me the whole day. We'll see how it goes. Oh yes, Legends, Mr. A Trader, great to see you. Yeah, let's have a great day, Legends. Great to see the market in green. Yes, it is nice to see a little bit of green candles here to the upside. Morning, Devil Wayne, welcome. Great to see you. Yeah, morning, everyone. Devil Alex, oh, Mr. Alex. Let's see if I can remember your name. Okay, hi, Devil. Good to see your update. Absolute pleasure. I did already provide some updates inside of the community this morning. Some scenarios that I'm looking at. There's a couple of other scenarios as well that I didn't share yet. Andy is spending his day inside of the community. Maybe there's a small little scalp that Andy can point out to the community. And remember, guys, I always speak about the community this, the community that. There's a lot of action that, like yesterday, I was full on busy inside of the community, doing private live streams, sharing my trades, sharing answering questions. I was very busy yesterday inside of the community, and as always, if you are new here and you want to be part of the community, down in the description of this video, send me the word access. There's my Telegram to my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Very simple. There's a couple of ways in which you can get in, and there's an automated bot, okay, that will talk to you, and you can answer some questions, and it will share with you how you can get into the community. And for those of you that want access to this tool, okay, where it's got MindPillar Intel, we call it MindPillar Intel, okay, it's got everything that I need from a trading perspective so that I don't have to go look anywhere else. It's got fear and greed, it's got the economy calendar, it's got CVD, which I use every single day to do my trades. It's got the heat map, it's got bubbles, it's got calculators for risk management. It has a lot of things, and there's more things coming, and it gets enhanced and updated as we go. It is this link down here, free tools. It's free for now. But to maintain access to all the free parts of this tool, one of the requirements will be that you have to sign up with one of my affiliates. Okay, so if you want to maintain free access, maybe you don't want access to the community, but you still want to use the tool, minimum requirement in the future will be that you need to sign up with one of the Bluffin, 2bit, Kraken weeks down below to maintain free access to this tool. Okay, hello Legends and Devil. Joan, great to see you here. And Joan is a very experienced Elliottician inside of our community, but he does have a 9 to 5, guys. And that's something that I wanted to point out, is that for the community members inside of the community, we have a chart section where we have very experienced traders sharing their analysis as well, besides just me and Andy. We also have Dylan that shares altcoin trades, that he's personally taking, how he's approaching the markets and educating as to what trading strategy he's using, where he puts his stop losses, how he manages his trades, basically from an education perspective. These legends, okay, like Mr. Joan over here, like Rudy, like Mr. Joy, who else is there? Dylan. There's a couple of great technical analysts inside of our community. Remember, guys, they do not get paid by us to be inside of the community. They do this out of the greatness and of their hearts, okay, out of the kindness of their hearts. So there's no requirement that they have to provide updates. They do it because they want to, and they love the community. Okay, like Mr. Joan over here, much appreciation. Devil Morning, you said looking for a rejection here, but I looked and saw it on the 1 minute time frame. I entered and stopped fearing that, yes, I'm still not seeing the rejection. Okay, I am seeing a little bit of a rejection at the 0.9, which I'll point out now. Alex, if I need to remember your name. And we'll see, because price is still not below the 0.88. Hello, my friend. Welcome to the live stream, Mr. Goku. I am a huge Goku Dragon Ball fan. Okay, Devil, did the price just reject from the 0.382 taken from the 80 take? We can go and check that out. Very interesting. We can go and check that out. But it's also the 0.9. If I take a fib from the high to the low of the structure, price is also rejecting here. Okay, well, it's getting a reaction here at the 0.9. Okay, can you guys see the 0.9 slightly higher above? I was looking at the rejection at the 0.8. So I think if price is going to reject a little bit further, I want price to get below the 0.88. But the 0.9, also a Fibonacci level, currently getting the rejection. Not sure if you had an attempt. If you had this level on your chart, I didn't share it, but I switched it on just before the live stream. I was like, ooh, nice little rejection there at the 0.9, or at least a reaction. Okay, maybe a rejection is a big word for now. Price is aggressively pushing to the upside. There is a chance for a rejection here based on a specific scenario that I'm keeping an eye on. Most bullish case scenario, price is going to smash here to the upside, most probably smacking $70,000. Bearish case scenario, now for me, that is a nice little rejection below the 0.88. Okay. Let me just see what is going on here with my account. No, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, I am still. I'll share my account in a moment, guys. I'm still in the long from $62,000, 724 all the way to the downside. And I want to see a little bit of confirmation for the short. I did enter the SFP at the 0.9. I've already taken a little bit of profits, and let's see. Okay, it's. I know that there's an insane bullish case scenario where price could aggressively push here to the upside. So let's see how this plays out. Right. 8-hour time frame. Someone also mentioned another fib retracement, okay, from the 82k high to the low of the structure. Let me just use my magnet so we can get it exact. Oops, nope. Try it again. Stay. Oh, 0.382 is still a little bit further up unless you're using the logarithmic. Yeah, logarithmic 0.382 is currently getting the same reaction as the 0.9. So it's an interesting level for potential rejection. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. It is a nice little interesting area for potential rejection. From the high to the low of the structure, usually, not always, but most often what I have seen is once price comes back to a major fib level for the first time, since this level is tapped for the first time, it does get a reaction and it could get a pullback here to the downside. Maybe it's a higher, maybe it's another higher low. Okay, and then it pops out, right? It goes to the next levels, but definitely, you know, these levels are interesting to keep an eye on, especially if you are familiar with trading swing failure patterns. So thanks for pointing that out, but on the regular scale, it's still above the highs. Now that for me is also a very interesting shorting zone, okay? SFP from the highs, you guys know, okay? SFP from the lows, SFP from the high, maybe price continues to push up, okay? It gets the rejection. I know where to put my stop loss. I know where to enter. That could be a nice little swing trade back to the downside, or at least a retracement. At a bare minimum, at least a retracement, then for continuation back up. But I mean, I can make a boatload of cash with a little rejection like that. So I'm going to leave this fib here. Very interesting fib. Basically an SFP from the highs. It also aligns with, I think there's an 8-hour order block there as well, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, 8-hour order block where price got this rejection over here, basically this consolidation area. There's also an 8-hour order block just above the 0.5. Yeah, let's see. Right, I just want to make sure that I stick here to the regular scale, otherwise all my Fibonacci levels are going to be out. Just want to make sure that this setting is, yeah, that setting is fine. So it does change. Okay. Also, if this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wave structure, remember when I did the higher time frame analysis last week, I told everyone it's too short in time for this correction to be over. If this is a 5 wave move down and you want to see a corrective structure up for continuation back to the downside, this is too short in time. And that was based on the analysis that I did last week, Thursday. I said, guys, I still expect a larger structure to the upside, whether it takes the lows or not, because this could be an A, B, C back to the upside. So yes, there's always a chance to take the lows, but I'm not expecting a capitulation to the downside. I'm expecting for a liquidity grab and a movement back up. Or it's just a normal three-wave structure to the upside. Price just forms a normal three-wave structure to the upside. You have an impulse down, three-wave up, and price falls back down. Worst case scenario, okay? But I mean, there's still money to be made here to the upside. Most bearish case scenario, there is actually a more bearish case scenario where price has not finished the structure. Okay, I do have it here somewhere. I just need to go and look for it. Okay, but basically it's a 1, 2, 1, 2, if I can remember correctly. 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. Usually the lower the higher degree 4 retraces to the same zone. Okay, basically these 4s needs to be close to each other. That's most commonly what you see. These 4s needs to be close to each other, and you have 5 to the downside. I must say it doesn't look really sexy anymore because of how high this fourth wave has gone already, and it's already broken out of the channel. Okay, if you draw a channel, I don't have to do it professionally. I can already see that this fourth wave broke out of the channel. So it's not great for, usually what happens is you get 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5 without leaving the top of the channel. That's most commonly what you see. Okay, now this little fourth wave has left the channel, broken the trend basically. Just put that back. Let's do a trend. There's a couple of trends here. Broke out, beautiful retest. Could get continuation here to the upside. There's another trend over here. Let me use my magnet, and I'm going to use the ray. The ray always works a little bit better. Okay, there's another trend over there. So yeah, right, and then I can throw that. I'm sure I actually do have this inside of my trends folder already. Let me just drag this to the upside. Come on, drag. You can do it. You can do it. Yeah, I already have those trends. Okay, you guys can see I was prepared. I already have those trends. That little breakout, beautiful breakout. Okay, nice little zone for a long opportunity, but it was also interesting to me how beautifully price bounced on this daily trend to perfection. Literally tapped it and got the bounce here to the upside. When I connect these two highs and, you know, the low with that little pivot over there, you can see price has finally come back home and it has bounced on the trend to perfection. Beautiful tap, got the bounce here to the upside. So these trends are powerful, really, really powerful. And now we'll see what price does when it gets to this trend. It's either going to reject at this trend, or maybe it's going to break out. Okay, we'll see. Because now this is an opportunity right over here from a shorting perspective. Perhaps, you know, that SFP from the highs, If price continues to push up over here, that is definitely an area where price could reject, either form a correction, then a breakout, or it sweeps the lows and then it breaks out. But I will be ready for that long. If that had to happen, I will be ready for that long. Because from a technical perspective, I know, okay, if this is a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, or whether this is a completed 5-wave structure, and it still need, for me, this structure still needs to continue, whether it takes the low or whether it doesn't take the low. Technically, a capitulation here to the downside doesn't really make sense for now. I want to see a larger structure to the upside, whether it takes the low or whether it breaks out. I'm still expecting a larger structure here to the upside. Nothing's ever guaranteed in the market, okay? And this is why I trade with risk management and take profits when I enter trade, cover my fees. You guys know the deal. I think the community members know exactly how I trade. Yesterday, I did do an educational session inside of the community where I just answered some questions. People had some questions on, you know, on the exchange, how to do fixed volume range profiles. And I just went through that yesterday inside of the community. And as always, if you want to be part of the community, first link down in the description, send me the word access. There's the community. Okay, if you want to join and not miss out on the fun and the action, we had a lot of fun. Well, I had a lot of fun yesterday in the community. Some nice little trades. One got stopped out. Yes, I took a loss yesterday, but I had 2 wins, 2 nice little wins. I mean, that loss that I took yesterday, remember what I said yesterday, guys, I'm going to share a little bit of a journal, but I kept it very high level. And what I thought to do is I'm just going to start sharing this journal from the 1st of July. I'm not going to go back. It's just going to take me too much work to go back. Anyways, I just wanted to share it from the 1st of July. And I was in a break. So you'll see between the 1st and the 13th, I did not trade because I was on a break. Okay. 1st of July, made a small little trade. 13th of July, small little trade. Then the 15th, payday came. Okay, 16, like half a payday. Okay, 16th again, another payday, right? And now these 2 longs are still running at the moment. One in Bluffin and one in a separate account. Took a loss. I need to change this. I need to put a minus. Whoops. And I think what I need to do is for the losses, I'm going to do maybe this. I'm going to do the losses in green. And I will update the sheet as I progress. Oh, that must be red. That's a loss. Okay, we make the losses red. We make the wins green. There we go. And yesterday, these were basically the 3 trades that I took. One is in a massive win. Took the loss yesterday of $54. I told people I got stopped out at break even because $54 for me, guys, is nothing. I took profits to cover my fees. I covered most of my stop loss and I got stopped out with minus $54 yesterday. But you can see I didn't trade as much this month so far because I did take a break. But you can see so far from the trades that I've taken 1 loss. Okay, and small little wins along the way, of which I think, you know, 4 big trades so far. So let's see how this continues. I must say, every little pullback is creating bullish CVD. It looks like the bulls wants to continue to push price up. Okay, if I take a knock here at the SFP from the 0.9, it's going to be a small little stop loss. I already took profits to cover my fees and a small portion of my stop loss. It will be a $362 loss. So it's small in comparison for my portfolio. Okay. Right, but it was worth an attempt. But I do think that there's a higher chance for price to continue to push here to the upside. Right, guys, I'm going to dive into scenarios in a moment. 67 reasonable target. Even Jason Casper waiting to short there. 67,200. 67,200. That's basically an SFP from the highs. That's basically an SFP from the highs. It also aligns with a trend. So there's some confluence. I agree with Jason. There's some confluence there. That's also an interesting zone where I'm looking for a short. Okay, there is also, if I'm not mistaken, a point of control slightly above. So if price gets a little bit punchy here to the upside, okay, can you guys see that I still have a naked point of control just above the highs? So if price gets a little bit punchy here to the upside, I will consider the short a little bit higher up so I can get the best entry. So if it does reject, I'm already in over here. Then I don't have to compete with that stop loss. So it just depends. Okay, I don't know if price is going to get here, but there is an untapped zone for potential rejection. Okay. Remember, guys, I'm also going to this time I'm going to discipline myself. Every hour I'm going to take a break. Okay, stretch my legs, get something to eat, whatever the case might be. And because my watch is my fitness watch is getting upset with me. When I sit for too long, I get these notifications. You've been sitting for too long. Move your legs, stretch your arms, go for a walk, you know, just to get the blood going. So every hour I'm going to take a 5-minute break. And then we'll see how long we can stretch it over here. Basically just watching the potential areas of rejection, maybe scalp the 1 minute. If we can get into the 1 minute, that would be great. Okay, just a couple of scalp, but I'll have to use a different account for that because I don't want to mess up the current trades that I'm in on my main account. Could that affect your setup using the logarithmic setting? Sorry for the dumb question. No, depending on what time frame I'm trading. Okay, I have had a very successful trade using the logarithmic from a rejection perspective. It's just another level to keep an eye on, and because I trade swing failure patterns, it's a level for me to observe. And I think that short, where was that short? If I'm not mistaken, that short, I can't remember if it was this short or if it was one higher up. Oh, beautiful rejection at the 1.236. I just want to check something here. No, it was the one higher up. It wasn't this one. But there was an amazing short that I entered using the logarithmic. And I think it was this one, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, 1-to-1 extension. Let's go. I am on the log scale, okay? I had this level highlighted on the chart. Do you guys remember I had this 1-to-1 extension highlighted on the logarithmic? And I said, guys, well, I'm interested in a short in this zone. And I did enter that short. Let me just make sure that I'm not smoking my socks. Okay, I don't want to say I did something if I didn't. Yes, I did enter that short. Here's all the trades that I've taken during this range. And if you zoom in, there's trades within the trades as well. But there's been a lot of trades, okay? But also what I've decided to do, I actually want to go through all these trades again. I like to keep a little record of all my trades. And you'll see the ones with ticks inside of it are the ones that played out. But there's a lot of trades that have crosses like that one where I got stopped out with profits. Okay, so I plan to take more profits aggressively at certain levels, but price reversed and stopped me out with profits. So I want to go back to these trades and I actually want to change them to ticks. If I made money, it's a winning trade. I've just decided, okay? The ones where I've lost, where my stop loss got hit without me taking profits, okay, I'm going to leave the red crosses. But I need to go and update this because I know I checked when I was preparing this little snapshot of my trading journal, I saw that there was a lot of break even, small profits, and I want to go and change those ones. Okay, but there was a lot of winning trades, but you guys can see I did take this short. Ka-ching. Beautiful short. Now it might have been another one to anyways, I can't remember exactly what happened there, but yes, there's been instances where I have taken successful trades using the log scale on the higher time frame. Okay, there was no real trades with this dump here to the downside. There was just a small little trade in there somewhere. Okay, maybe if I go to the 4 hour. I remember I did a private live stream. Yes, do you guys remember, the community members? I did a private live stream and I attempted this little trade that got stopped out with a loss. This trade got stopped out with a loss, if I remember correctly. And then it was a win, and then it was a win, and it was a win. Beautiful short here all the way to the downside. Caught the tippy top all the way to the downside. There was a lot. I can't remember if there was losses or if these got stopped out at break even. I need to go and check my trading journal. That's why I'm saying, guys, I want to go and update my trading journal to change the crosses to ticks if I got stopped out with profits. Okay, winning trade, winning trade, winning trade. Holiday. I was on holiday I didn't trade this zone. Okay, I took a break during this zone, but there was a winning trade, and then now basically these are all the trades that I updated this morning according to my trading journal, and most of them played out. Okay, long. Do you guys remember this long? Nice little long. I'm not in this long anymore. I took profits here at the highs. Short. There was a long attempt. This was in last week's live stream. Do you guys remember these two trades? I know it's a little bit, it's hiding the price action. Do you guys remember that long? Okay, the SFP from the lows, live inside of the YouTube live stream last week, Thursday. But then I also entered the short with my stop above the high. And now the short printed to the downside. The long got stopped out with profits. So that one deserves a little tick. Well, they both have ticks. Okay, it's got a little tick there hiding in the background. This long was shared in the community by myself and Andy. 786, nice little bounce. Basically inside of the zone, price found support, and price basically got the bounce on that 4 hour order block that I also spoke about yesterday. This is the trade that is still running at the moment. Still running. I think it's that one, still running. This one is running on a different account. Okay, and then what else? This is what happened yesterday. So yesterday, daily level, beautiful SFP from the daily level. Okay, I attempted a short over here to say that, guys, because I saw the 3-wave structure up. Remember yesterday in the community members know, and I was just like, well, if this is a 3-wave structure up, what are the chances? And then price fell to the downside, invalidating a 4 and a 5. I was waiting for a 5-wave structure, and sometimes the market surprises you, and that's why it's great to leave a runner. Okay, I did not chicken out of this trade, right? Price fell here to the downside in a 3-wave structure, and it looked like it wanted to come and stop me out. And then as price was pushing up here, I was just like, guys, I'm giving the bears the benefit of the doubt. If price forms a lower high over here, it could fall down and eat up the lows. And it's so close to the high. Invalidation does not get better than that. It's worth a shot for me. Okay, and I still have the long to hedge against my short. And then you guys know what happened yesterday. I basically said, okay, I de-risked the position and got stopped out. But now the long is still running. I mean, this long is still running here to the upside. Beautiful long, still running here to the upside. And this long is still running at the moment. This long as well is still running. Okay, so obviously I'm in longs. I'm well positioned for longs, but I'm not in any shorts. Okay. This short was the short that I took from the weekly level, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, that was last night, this was the short that I shared over here. Want to give it a tick because I got stopped out with profits. There we go. Mr. Tick, you deserve to be over there because I got stopped out with, where was the short? I got stopped out with $2,697 profit with that short. So not bad. Okay, so although it didn't play out, I was targeting a little bit lower, still got stopped out with profits. And now I'm in no short at the, well, I am in a short from the 0.9, so which I need to now include this little trade that I took from the 0.9. Okay, let me just switch on that fib level. Where did I save you? Here we go. So from the 0.9, that is where I entered. High chance to get stopped out of this trade. Okay. I'm basically targeting this level over here. 4.8 risk to reward. High chance to get stopped out because every pullback is creating bullish CVD. You can see bullish CVD is forming already. So there's a high chance to get stopped out of this trade. And it will be $370 loss. Right, so we'll see. Maybe that one's going to get a tick or it's going to get a cross. Because if I get stopped out of this one, I'm going to take a loss of $372. So, right. Just wanted to take you guys a little bit through the history, okay, of the trades that myself and Andy have shared inside of the community. Some of these trades Andy shared, some of these trades I shared, but this is basically the trades that I took on my accounts. Okay. And during this entire range, there has been a lot. Okay, there has been a lot of trades during this entire range, but not so many. Okay, not so many. You guys can see I've been trading the day trading this range responsibly. Okay, growing my account, taking profits, and so forth. So I'm basically keeping record of all my trades. Okay, and the reason for this little short that I entered just before the live stream is because of the rejection at the 0.9. I was like, okay, maybe there's a chance for rejection, and also based on some of the scenarios that I want to share. Also, what I noticed is price is pushing up on decreasing volume. Can you guys see? Price is pushing up and volume is decreasing. It's not great. If the bulls are going to send this to the upside, it's not great to see a movement to the upside with decreasing volume, unless the volume's still coming. Okay, most of the volume was in this structure, and now price is pushing up on lower volume. So that's also part of the reason I am looking for shorts. Okay, and like I said, guys, all of those, I would say 99% of those trades were shared inside of the community, because I share what I do from a trading perspective, because I believe that is the best way that people can learn if they see how myself and Andy do it. Okay, I do think I've taken way more trades than Andy, because I do scalp as well. Andy is a little bit more patient with his trades, but he takes higher probability trades, so he trades less, but he's still profitable. Okay, and still makes money. That's what matters at the end of the day. Is your account growing? Okay, so a little bit of a mess over here. Let me clean up the kitchen. Why is... I just want to see what trend do I have here. Maybe that's a lock trend. Or okay, I'm on the regular scale, that's why. Okay, cool. Right, legends. So what I want to do now is I want to analyze the structure, see what are the probabilities, possibilities in terms of what could play out over here, looking at this structure. Okay. This red line is basically the highs. And what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to set an alarm over here. Just put an alarm and then I can take this out the way. So I want to know when price takes those highs, because that will activate a nice little shorting opportunity if price wants to continue here to the upside. Might not happen today, or it might. Okay. Like I said, every pullback is creating bullish CVD. So there's, pullback, bullish CVD, pullback, bullish CVD, bullish CVD, bullish CVD. It's just, it looks like people are aggressively, well, it doesn't look like it. Retail is aggressively trying to short, and the market makers are absorbing those shorts. This is what CVD is showing me at the moment. So price could still push here and grind to the upside until I start seeing a little bit of weakness from a CVD perspective as well. So there's a high chance I'm going to get stopped out of this trade with $372 loss. Okay. Right. Just reading through some of the comments inside of the community. And remember, guys, all of those trades, like I said, if you want to be part of the community, because I'm just sharing how I trade, Andy's sharing how he trades, okay, all shared inside of the community. There's my Telegram. Send me the word access and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Right, so now let's start. We need to analyze this little structure. One scenario that I'm keeping an eye on is a potential ABC. And the C wave is ending in an ending diagonal. Okay. Right, Devil, thank you for being so active with your trading, day trading and scalping. It helps us to see how you do it. Exactly. Appreciate it. Keep it like that, man. Pity that we don't see Andy to trade more often. Yeah, Andy is more leaning in the camp of, he looks for the bigger swing trades. And as a result, it takes a lot more patience. So maybe Andy will enter one trade a week, maybe one every second week. But when he enters a trade, he most often wins those trades. So Andy is looking for the bigger moves, okay? And I know Andy used to scalp very aggressively in the earlier days, and but he's more relaxed in his trading at the moment, where I'm still, trading a little bit more often. Like yesterday, I took 3 trades yesterday. 1 got stopped out, 2 in profits. And yesterday it was 3 trades, but you can see, okay, $54 loss, 18K profit, 2.6K profit. So still a very, very profitable day for me yesterday. So first scenario is basically you have a wave A or wave 1 to the upside. Okay, you have A, B, C in a running flat in either a 2 or a B. But now I'm specifically just focusing on the C wave over here, so just pay attention to the orange. It's a A, it's a B, and this C wave could end in an ending diagonal. All structures needs to be 3-wave structures, and it does kind of make sense for the structure to end in an ending diagonal because of this latest move here yesterday, the move that created the confusion here to the upside. Okay, let me just zoom in here so you guys can see. This structure can be counted as a 3-wave structure. A, B, C, W, X, and maybe there's a ABC inside of there and a Y. Okay, or this could be an ABC in a Y. So maybe this trend can even move over there. Okay. But it's this move in the middle that was very confusing yesterday. Okay, there's a 3-wave structure up, and then price took the high again. Not great for an impulse to continue to the upside, and this is why I'm considering an ending diagonal. Okay, 3-wave structure in a 1, 3-wave structure in a 2, 3-wave structure in a 3, and then price rejects and falls to the downside. So this little short that I'm looking for, I know it can be very short-lived, but I mean it's money to be made. It's that short that I'm most interested in. That's the short that I'm more interested in, but I need to see the pullback and continuation back to the upside. Without this structure expanding, it needs to remain contracting. This scenario has a clear invalidation, but the third wave is not done. Okay, it looks like the third wave wants to still push here to the upside. Unless, okay, number 3 is over there. Number 4 is over there. Okay, can be a little bit manipulated. 3 is already in, and this is now 5, forming the final leg here to the upside. Then the scenario has a clear invalidation. Okay, let me just use my magnet. From the high, from the low to the high to the low of 4. The 1-to-1 extension is the invalidation for this scenario. Validation. If it is counted like this, you guys can see it can still, this can still all be part of the third wave, then 4, then 5. I don't know. Okay, this can be a contracting diagonal, but I know that there's an invalidation. So what I can do from a technical perspective is pay attention to the levels for potential rejection. So you can see that the 0.618 got the reaction already. So if price pushes up here, well, that is the next level that I'm going to be paying attention to. 0.786 at $66,622. If price rejects in this zone and it starts falling back to the downside, okay, there's a chance that this ending diagonal is done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or it pulls back and it goes up again. And then I'm going to know, okay, well, maybe that's 3, that's 4, and now it forms the final 5th wave to the upside. I don't know. All I can do as a technical analyst is keep an eye on the levels to see the reaction. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm going to leave it like this for now. Okay. Let's just leave it like this for now. I can update it as price develops. Come on. Stick there to the top. Because this can be counted as a nice little 3-wave structure to the upside. W, X, Y. So this can be counted as a 3-wave structure to the upside. A, B, C, W, corrective structure in X, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in Y. Or A, B, C, and Y. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Yeah, not the greatest. Anyways, we have to give this the benefit of the doubt. I mean, the level is getting a reaction. It's the 0.3 on the log scale. It is the 0.9 from a Fibonacci retracement perspective. It's the 0.618. There's a chance, okay, that price could reject in the zone because the 0.618 is a 5th wave target in an ending diagonal. And then a little bit higher up, it is the a little bit further up, it is the 0.786 at $66,622. So that gives us some Fibonacci levels at least to keep an eye on, because there's nothing else going on to the upside. And this is what I highlighted to the community as well. When I switch on all my levels, my monthly levels, my point of controls, everything, and I just take the fib out the way, there's nothing going on here. There's nothing. So if price is going to reject in this zone, the only tool that I have is Fibonacci levels. And then I can observe the reaction at those levels for either a scalp that turns into a day trade, that turns into a swing trade. Who knows? Okay. But there's a chance that price might not get here to now. Okay. Maybe it's not going to do this now. Maybe it's still going to do this first and then go back up. And that is a trade that I can take advantage of. And then definitely looking for a short at $67,800, more or less. This is the zone where I'm looking for a bigger short. At the moment, I'm still favoring longs. I'm still favoring longs at the moment. Okay. Right. Let's take all the levels out the way. By the way, I don't think I actually checked all my levels this morning, so I just quickly want to go to the 1 hour, just make sure that I have all my levels on my chart. Guys, remember, I'm going to be here for a long time, so I need to make sure that I have my levels ready for potential trade. Let's wait for that. Okay, we have a fresh point of control. Just want to include that. I did not look at point of controls this morning, so I just want to make sure that I have that. If price retraces, definitely an area where I'll be looking for a bounce. There's also that, anyways. Okay, that's the point of controls. Just want to jump to the 15-minute and see if it stays there. Oh, it's a little bit higher up. Okay, so if it does that, I give it a little bit of a zone. It's two things. You can either include both, or you can give it a little bit like I did here. You guys see, I gave it a zone with this one because there's 2 point of controls, naked point of controls. So I just said, well, that's the zone where the rejection can take place. And this is now what's happening. Between the 15-minute and the 1 hour time frame, it gives me 2 levels. So what I can do is this. I can give it a zone to say that, well, that's the zone where the bounce can take place. Make that red to go inside with my naked point of control and then smack that into the folder. Oh, it's already in the folder. Great. Okay, so I have my naked point of controls all set. Now I want to go and check the daily. Just want to make sure that I have all my daily levels here on the chart. There is a daily level. Let me check if I have it. No, I don't. This daily level is the level that we took the long yesterday. Nice little long right over there. Okay, that's the long that is printing at the moment. 2 of them. Well, no, this one. Okay. And that was shared yesterday inside of the community. And what I want to do is just clone this. Well, I can actually just reuse this level because that level is now already tapped. Okay, we have a point of control and a daily level at the same zone. So because there's a daily level, I'm going to leave the zone there because we all know the front running game. Maybe it's going to tap the top of the box and bounce before it smacks the daily level. So definitely I will keep an eye on the top of the box. Okay. Right, so we have our level. I have my levels. I have my levels set. Okay. And then obviously there's no weekly levels. I included that on Monday morning already. Okay. So let's continue with the scenarios. But before I do, I'm going to go through some more comments, see what you guys are up to. Can we get an explosive move or a guard candle to the upside so I can close my swing longs, please? I'm going to discuss that scenario now. What is the most bullish case scenario? Okay. Can price pop here to the upside in a guard candle? Can it go and smack $70,000? Can it, maybe smack this naked point of control here to the upside at $68,000? Right, going to cook chicken and rice to get my protein before my gym session while watching Devilton making money. Great, Mr. Put on Mascara. Okay. Same thing, means he has both open. What do you mean it's not the same time? Means he has both open. Not sure what you guys mean. Dear Devil, can you please show your views on weekly cup and handle made on USDT dominance, please? Okay, we can go and have a look at Bitcoin dominance. I first want to wrap up here on Bitcoin so we can have our plans ready, or I can have my plan ready. Still favoring new longs. Oof, price is not in a zone where I want to entertain a long unless I go into the 1 minute time frame and I scalp a long position. Okay. So max, I cannot long the top of a structure. It's not part of my trading strategy. I cannot long the tops of structures. That's not part of my trading strategy unless I scalp, because there was it this one? Yeah, this one. There was 3 successful scalp longs inside of that zone, which I also spoke about inside of a live stream. But you needed to go to the 1 minute time frame to play those longs. Okay. But yeah, I was very interested in shorts, and I made that very vocal. I kept on saying, guys, based on current price action, those were the words that I used because I rewatched that live stream yesterday, actually. Okay. Based on current price action, most of the amount of volume is inside of this move. And now that price is chopping the highs, it's very interesting to look for shorts. I was interested in shorts at the top of the range, and price fell down. I cannot long that. No, it's not part of my trading strategy. I'm already in a long over here on my Bluffin account. And yesterday, I took that long on a different account. Okay, legends, sorry, just give me a moment. I have a technical thing that's revealing itself over here. Just give me a moment.
Underneath the silence, you can't stop it, you can't see it.
There's a spark you can't control. No face, no throne, no single soul. No crown, no king, no guarded gate. Just coded rhythm, rewriting fate. They don't trust what they can't hold. They fear what they can't control. But every system once began as something small no one would stand. They laughed at fire when it was stone. Now whole cities glow from what was.
Sorry about that. There's just something that fell down from the wall that I needed to fix. Okay, so it's not part of my strategy. That's what I wanted to just highlight. I cannot long this at the top of the range where I'm more interested in shorts. There is a bullish case scenario where this absolutely flies to the upside. But how do I manage that trade? Where do I put my stop loss? Okay, unless, this is another way of doing it because this is how I used to trade in my younger days. Okay, when I was still building up my portfolio. On the 1 minute time frame, I can scalp these little breakouts. Can you guys see these little breakouts? Because on the 1 minute time frame, I can trade this responsibly. So that when I enter a position, I'm targeting the highs. Maybe you leave a runner to the upside. I know exactly where to put my stop loss. I know where to take profits, and I can leave a runner. Okay, but I can't just long here. Based on what am I longing? Because the breakout already took place. Okay, if you wanted to play the breakout, it already took place. So the trade should have been taken there. So this should have been the setup right over there. Maybe you're targeting higher, okay, but TP area is always taking the high here on the smaller time frames. That's the trade. So I can't enter there based on my trading strategies. Okay, so for me, where price is at the moment is not a long. Okay, it's actually more interesting to look for shorts because at SFP, this little consolidation area. Also, I played the SFP here from the 0.9, so I can get in responsibly using my trading strategy, but I can't long that. Based on what? No. I should have already been in the trade, and I should have already taken profits to the upside, and I should have already de-risked my position. Okay, so yeah, I can't, unless that's part of your trading strategy. I mean, do not let me scare you out of your trading plan. If you have a strategy to long successfully in where price is at the moment, please guys, go ahead, follow your plan. I don't have a plan to long here. Unless it forms another trend and I can play the breakout. So yes, I can scalp the 1 minute time frame. Okay, and get in responsibly. But looking at the bigger structure, okay, and I think you guys will be able to see that if I zoom out here onto the 4 hour time frame. Let me just close some of the levels here. Okay, if I look at this range that is formed here, and I open up all the trades that I've taken, you won't be able to see all of them because I'm very zoomed out, but you can see I'm always looking for shorts at the top of the range, and I'm looking for longs at the bottom of the range, shorts at the top. Okay, yes, there's been trades in between, but you can see there I'm starting to look for shorts as price is grinding higher. Here I'm looking for longs, short at the top. Now I'm looking for longs at the bottom of the range. So for me, it's really difficult to look for a long in this zone unless I'm scalping. And I'm sure you guys have heard me say this many times. Scalping is not easy. It is the most difficult way to stay profitable as a trader is to scalp. If you're scalping the 15 second, 30 second, 1 minute time frame and you are consistently profitable, you are the cream de la cream top of the traders out in the world. Okay, scalping is not easy. It's very difficult, and these are stats that are released on a monthly basis by exchanges and prop firms. They release stats, and according to the stats, scalpers struggle to stay consistently profitable. They make a little bit of money and then they lose their money, and then they're not consistently profitable month after month, year after year. The most profitable traders are swing traders according to their data. Swing traders, day traders, second most profitable, and then scalpers struggle. They really struggle. They win a couple of trades and then you lose a couple of trades, and then you win a couple of, so it's like your account just keeps on breaking even, like, you know, it's just a little wobbly line that's going up and down the whole time. And then you get the very few out there, scalp traders, that actually stays consistently profitable week after week, month after month, year after year. So scalping, and this is why I don't like to scalp. I can scalp, but I don't like it. It just takes way too much screen time. So when I was still building up my portfolios, I used to scalp until I got my portfolios to a point where I was like, I don't need to scalp anymore. Thank goodness. Now I can just day trade. And now that I'm day trading, I'm also leaning in Andy's camp where I just actually want to swing trade, but I am still day trading for the benefit of the community so that the community can learn how to do it. And I'm still making money from it. So I enjoy day trading way more than scalping, because I'm playing bigger moves. Okay, if I was a scalper, I would be married to this time frame. This is the only time frame I would be spending my time on, and this is a high time frame for scalpers. My brother, for example, scalps the 15-second time frame. Right, guys, and this is not me saying it. There's data that says scalping is difficult to stay consistently profitable. Right, just want to see, I think I got stopped out of that trade. Is what it is. Took the knock, got stopped out, because I had my stop loss a little bit low, or lower, you know, to protect position, and now I got stopped out of this trade. So if it wants to roll over now, it's fine. There is a little breakout there on the 1 minute time frame that I did see, so there's a chance it could smack that high again. But I'm still in the long. Just want to make this a little bit bigger so everyone can see. Let me bring this in here. Okay, can you guys see this? Yes. So I got stopped out of this short that I took just before the live stream, but I'm still in this long on my Bluffin account. Okay, 14,340. 14,340. Okay, and obviously there is still a position running, so I still need to add, if I take more profits, I need to add these profits to that amount because this is already taken. That is still profits running at the moment. And then I will update my little spreadsheet over here. Oh, finally there's some berry CVD starting to form. Let's see if it's going to play out. Finally, it's see a little bit, but there was also berry CVD. It played out, took the price, took the low, and then jumped back up. Okay. Right. So yeah, guys, that's what I wanted to say about scalping, okay? And about looking for a long year. Unless I'm scalping, I can look for a long. If I'm not scalping, that I have no business longing this uptrend. Okay, I should already be positioned, which I am. Cup and handle, go to the weekly time frame. Oh, on the USDT dominance. Okay, no ghosts. We good. No ghosts, we good. On Binance Charge, how would you draw point of control based on exchange time zone or in your local time zone? Thank you, Devil. It automatically, when you're on Trading View, can you guys see that? It already resets to your local time frame. So it draws the point of controls and session volume profiles according to my days. But it's the same all over the world. Okay, it's the same all over the world. I just use the indicator. Okay. This will tell you exactly where they need to be. All the red lines are point of controls, but they need to be naked. Like this one is not tapped by price action. Can you see? This one is not tapped by price action. This one is not tapped by price action. All of these ones got tapped. All of them got smacked already, so they're not valid. So I'm looking for fresh ones. That's why they are called naked. Naked point of control, because they have not been claimed by price action. So if you use this indicator, it will show you each day and where the most amount of volume was traded. Session volume profile. Okay. And then for the settings, because I know my settings are slightly different, you can just take a screenshot of this and make it exactly the same as mine if you want to, or you can use your own settings. Right. Legends, it has been an hour. I'm going to take a 5-minute leg stretch. Maybe make myself something to... I think I'll leave that for hour 2. Make myself a smoothie. I'll leave that for hour 2. I'm going to take a quick break. You happy? You can leave, you can stay. I'm going to be back in 5 minutes, guys, because I'm going to be here for a long time today. Okay, and it's only hour 1 now at the moment. I did tell myself I'm going to take a 5-minute break every hour, just to get some blood through my veins and also use the bathroom if I need to. And I will see you guys in 5 minutes. I just need to type my message and get it ready. Don't think I have the one from the last time. Okay, back in 5 minutes. Let's go. Right, I'll leave this on the screen. I'll leave you guys with some music. I will be back in 5 minutes. right. 5-minute break is done. Music back in the background. There we go. Let's discuss the most bullish case scenario. Someone asked about the God candle. Can we get a God candle here to the upside? The answer is yes, we can. Right, so again, let's look at this structure. There's a chance, okay, a scenario where this is your wave 1. That is your wave 2. And it's going to rock and roll up here in a 3, 4, 5. Okay, or an ABC, doesn't matter. But it's the third wave that's the best wave to trade. So let's just focus on the most bullish case scenario, okay, before I create confusion over here. From a trend-based fib extension perspective, I want to get it exact. This could get really punchy here to the upside. Guys, I just need to get it exact with my levels. In the most bullish case scenario, someone asked about a God candle to the upside. This is what could happen here to the upside. Okay, common target for a third wave is the 1.618. $75,000, 252. This is the most bullish case scenario that I can come up with based on the structure that is formed over here. Then this could be, okay, I don't need the magnet for that, ABC and a W. Okay, A, B, C, oh sorry, let me just make sure, guys. A, B, C, W, and then it's a, I'm gonna just do that quick. X, sorry, A, B, C, X. Oh, I have stuffed that up completely. Let me just find my bearings. Okay. A, B, C, W. And then it's a B, C, X. And a B, C, D, E. Yeah, it's not my favorite scenario. Let me just put that out there. Who's here? Mark Dutch in the live stream. Welcome. Afternoon, legends. Like button smashed. Great to see you here, Mark Dutch. Like button smashed. Subscribed. Okay. Great to see you here in the live stream. Always nice to have the moderators here inside of the live stream. Okay. Right. Let me just get my ducks here in a row. W, X, A, B, C, D, E, and Y. Let me just make that smaller. I know, very, very, very complex corrective structure. Okay. And the reason I like Y, because now this could be your ABC, A, B, C. Okay, so ABC in W, A, B, C in X, and then A, B, C, D, E in a triangle to finish up your Y wave. The reason this scenario looks interesting And the reason I'm putting 2 over here is because of that damn 3-wave structure. Okay? Because up until this point, yesterday, things didn't make sense. Do you guys remember yesterday what I shared inside of the community? Okay? 3-wave structure up, and then it falls down and it claims the high again. Now, this corrective structure then makes sense, is to say that, well, actually, if you consider that the correction came to an end over here, and this is the start of something new, then this could be wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, correction, continuation. Okay. So that basically is what it boils down to. So let me just do this. Price formed an A, a B, a C, a D, and an E inside of the Y wave. There you go. Let me make that smaller degree. And there you go. So this is one scenario. I think Joy actually shared this scenario this morning inside of the community as well. So Mr. Joy, well done for coming up with this one. This is not an easy scenario to come up with, but if you're speculating on a bullish case scenario and price is going to form that little guard candle here to the upside, well, I know this is confusing for most people to understand, and this is usually why I try and keep things simple, okay, is to eliminate that 3-wave mess over there. Perhaps the correction came to an end over there in a WXY in a triangle. And then all of this is a new structure to the upside, which basically means that this could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 correction continuation, or it just continues to push and to push and to push to push to complete that 3rd wave to the upside. Okay, but there is your most bullish case scenario where price can even go and smack. You just do that a little bit like this, $75,000. Because that's a common target for wave 3 in an impulse. So basically this is your wave 1, complex corrective structure, and now it's getting started for this big move to the upside. 3-wave corrective structure and a final push to grab the liquidity above the highs, and then price could reject. So this could get extremely punchy to the upside based on this scenario. Okay, but for now, there's a small little problem. Volume is not increasing if it's busy with the 3rd wave here to the upside. So volume for the moment based on current price action is decreasing. This leg usually carries the highest amount of volume. So for me to give this scenario higher probability, volume needs to start increasing, and it needs to supersede this volume. You just want to see volume go up. Then I'm going to say, we could be heading to much higher levels. And then it's those little retracements that could provide long opportunities again. Because remember, nothing goes up in a straight line. Okay, I'm not expecting that. I think it's going to push, reject, push, reject, push, reject. Okay, and then there is the longing opportunities to join the next move, Little breakouts, okay? It could be nice little breakouts like that, nice little breakouts. I can play the breakout. But this could get, dare I say, very aggressive to the upside. But now here comes the conundrum. Okay, this is now where I like to throw a little spanner in the works. Is that this little structure, okay, whether you guys, I know you can also put one over, you can also put one over there. It doesn't really matter where you put one, okay? It's either there or there. It doesn't really matter. This could also be an A, B, C, and a W, so one can be there. But one, I'm just keeping it simple. Low of the structure, top of the structure, impulsive structure. Okay, this little bad boy can also form an ABC. And it does not get that aggressive to the upside. That's your wave A. This is your wave B, and it goes up for a C. 1-to-1 extension, most common target for a C wave. So it does not smack $75,000. It smacks $70,000. Minimum target for the C wave is the 0.618 at $67,978. It is a rare, this is a more rare target, but it's a target nonetheless. 786, and basically what makes a C wave difficult is it has many targets. It has many targets. But what I like about these targets is I can pay attention to the rejection at each of those levels. Little scalp short, maybe look for a long, bullish CVD, and then join momentum back to the upside. So it provides trading opportunities, and the more levels I have, the more excited I get because I have more trading opportunities. Especially if one of these levels align with something else, where you can build confluence. So what I can do is I can say, okay, well, let me switch on all my levels, my point of controls, my weekly levels, my daily levels, and do I have something that aligns with price here to the upside? Yes, that point of control that I highlighted, where I'm looking for basically an SFP from the highs, a little bit slightly up, aligns with the 0.618. Naked point of control above the highs, perhaps price pushes up here, and that's where it gets the rejection to the downside. Looking for a short. This level stands in the middle of nowhere. There's not even price action that supports a rejection in that zone. So not really a level that I'm very interested in. I will keep an eye on it. I will have an alarm on that level. Maybe a scalp. Maybe it can be a little scalp, a $2,000 trade or a $3,000 trade, like the trades, okay, like these small little ones over here, $2,000, $5,000. Maybe it's one of those. But it's not a great confluence zone for me. What becomes really interesting is consolidation areas like that. 8-hour order block, point of control slightly above. Now that becomes interesting. 1.236. Now this this zone, very interesting. This zone, very interesting. Not really interesting in the middle. Then a little bit further up at $75,000, which is the 1.618, you have that. Now that's where I also get very interested in shorts. So you can see here from a higher time frame perspective, I basically have 3 zones where I'm very interested in a swing short. Okay, because this short could be a nice trade to the downside that could even come and eat up all of these lows. I don't have to go in heavy. I can go in with a small position because the risk to reward is going to be phenomenal. I know it looks a little bit like an extreme messy kitchen. I just want to see where did it save all those scribble. Okay, maybe I need to start using the undo button. Okay, so let me do this and this. And this. I know that's a little bit of a big zone, but I mean the level 1.236 is the one that I'm going to be paying attention to. And this. And then I can switch off the mess. Okay. Those are the levels that I will be watching like a hawk for potential rejection. Because it can be a C wave. ABC to the upside. C, C, C. C can go to the 1.618. It can. And I have seen it do it many times. It does open up the door that it can then be an impulse as well. And there's only one difference between an ABC, especially when it hits the 1.618. If this is an ABC, you expect the rejection and price to fall down. If it's a 3, you expect a 3-wave corrective structure and for the high to be claimed once more. Okay, then it's 5. But regardless, that is a shorting opportunity because that could still be a profitable trade for me. And if it takes the high again, a shorting opportunity. at $76,797. Usually, okay, not always. I have seen third waves loves the 1.618. I'm just talking about which targets gets smacked most often. And then the fifth wave goes to the 2 extension. But I have to just put another disclaimer out there. Remember, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just sharing with you how I approach the markets. If this is an impulse forming here to the upside in a 1, 2, and this is 3, 4, 5, okay, this third wave, they can get very, very aggressive. It does not have to reject at the 1.618. It can go there, it can go there, it can go to the 2.618. They can get very aggressive. All I'm sharing with you is common targets. Most commonly, you see a third wave smack 168% of wave 1. Okay, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. But I have 3 key zones that I'm going to be keeping an eye on. And these 3 key zones also aligns with price action. Consolidation, I'm interested. Consolidation above the highs, basically an SFP from the highs, a little bit further up, 0.618, liquidity grab, price falls back to the downside, and then $74,359, which aligns with that price action. Okay, basically it grabs the liquidity above the highs. You can see how this level did provide massive support and resistance. Okay, let me just take the scribble out here, zoom in here. Can you guys see if I take a line and I put it there? Okay, it didn't tap it there, but support, lost it, retested it as resistance, fell to the downside. So very good area for me to look for shorts. Worst case scenario, okay, is price. I mean, this is best case scenario from a bullish, short-term bullish perspective with the longs that I'm currently in. If price gets to $74,000, you know, I'm going to make a lot of money with that long that I'm currently in. But then what could happen is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3-wave corrective structure, continuation to the downside. This is why this short is so interesting, because this short, whether it happens there or whether it happens there, has the potential to claim the lows and capitulate. Just want to see here from a timing perspective, from the high to the low. Yeah, I mean, it's almost at the 0.382. So you can see if price continues here to the upside, okay, if price continues here to the upside and it surpasses the 0.382, there's a chance that this rejection can take the low, because it's after, it will be after the 0.382. And this is why I've been bullish the last week, last 2 weeks since I've been back. The reason I've been bullish is because based on this impulsive structure, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this is too short. It's not even past the 0.382 yet. It's very rare to see a corrective structure not finishing after the 0.382 and then fall, capitulate. And this is why I've been saying, even with my live stream that I did last week Thursday, I do not see a capitulation happening from where price is. During this entire range, I don't see a capitulation. If price falls down, the worst case scenario, I see a sweep of the lows and price gets back up, maybe an A, B, C, back to the upside. But I don't see $40,000, for example. I don't see a capitulation. I see a sweep of the lows, worst case scenario, and bounce back up. Okay, but if price continues here to the upside, surpassing the 0.382, and it continues to smack here to the upside, maybe it gets here and it's at the 0.618, then I'm going to change my tune and say there's a chance where price is now that it can fall and capitulate to $40,000. Okay, whatever the target is. I think the target we've identified was more or less $40,000. Okay, because this can get brutal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, this can really get brutal to the downside unless it forms an ending diagonal of some sort, okay? Maybe it forms an ending diagonal of some sort and it's not that brutal, but it can get very brutal if price successfully rejects in the zone lower high continuation to the downside. Okay, so those are basically looking at the structure here on the 4-hour time frame, okay? And this is why longs, swing longs for example, longs in this zone has been way more interesting for me. In this zone, longs have been way more interesting. I did take shorts, but I've been heavier positioned in my longs, okay, based on the higher time frame analysis. Now this is where shorts becomes interesting again. Okay, yes, this little scalpy attempt over here, yeah, I mean, it has a chance to fall down, but I do think if price falls down here and it doesn't get here, the probability still stands that if price falls down here, either it forms a corrective structure and it then goes back up, maybe sweeps up all the lows, or worst case scenario, price sweeps the lows, goes back up. Where I will be very, once again, at the low of the range, at the lows, I'm looking for longs. At the highs, I'm looking for shorts. Where price is now, I'm already starting to look for shorts. And that's just how I approach the markets. And it's been very rewarding for me from a trading perspective. Okay, looking for shorts at the highs and looking for longs at the lows. Because, you know, as someone posted a comment, is that people get extremely bullish at the high of the structure, where everyone's just looking for longs, which doesn't make sense because that's typical retail behavior. Okay, retail was looking for longs over here. I was looking for shorts. I was already looking for shorts over there. Okay, retail wants to long in this zone. I want to short in this zone. Retail wants to short in this zone because it's max fear, max greed. Okay. Now, fear and greed wasn't at max greed, but you guys get the sentiment. It's the sentiment is that, oh, we're going to, when price was here, bull market has started. I should have bought more over here. I remember it like it was yesterday because I read the comments and I saw people commenting on other people's live streams as well. When price was making that little structure, people were crying because they didn't buy the low. Shit, I should have bought more. I should have, you know, and I love, and I think this is something that Matt also preaches inside of his live streams. I love to trade against sentiment. I don't think sentiment is bullish enough yet. So the shorts that I'm looking for now is a little bit, you know, before we get to these zones, the shorts that I'm looking for over here, I'm not going too aggressive. I mean, that loss that I took there at the 0.9 was $372. By the way, I need to update my sheet. Okay, 15-minute time frame. It is really difficult. Yeah, I mean, that other scenario could play out. But it would be so nice for price to actually, and this is why I made this scenario bigger. Okay, do you guys remember this? I have now so many scenarios here. I just need to clean this up. Let me put this in a folder. I'm going to put this in a folder. Let's call it most bullish. Most bullish. 4 hour. Let's just throw everything in there. Okay. Do you guys remember this one? Might have to go into the 1 hour so I can get all of it in here. Right? In this scenario, the reason I don't particularly... Okay. ABC, A, B, and price is forming an ending diagonal in C. I still want at least a target to get smacked. Okay. Preferably the highs. And the reason I don't like the small one, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the reason I don't like this one, because it might not have the steam to get there, to smack the highs. And this is why I like the bigger one. The bigger one basically means 5 goes over there, price is still busy with number 3, okay, and 4 is not in yet. So basically the structure forms a larger ending diagonal to the upside so that it can at least get above the highs, where I'm interested in that short, which also aligns with the first area that I'm looking for short in the other scenario. Where is that? That one? Can you guys see why I would like this structure to still continue to hit the red box basically? Because if this is the fifth wave pushing now here to the upside, it's not going to get there. Or it might not get there. We'll see how this unfolds. Okay, but based on this scenario, the first level that I'm watching is the 0.618. Do you guys see the 0.618? I might have to make this thicker so everyone can see it. There we go, 0.618. That's the first level that I will be paying attention for little scalp. Because this third wave can still push, okay, and maybe the fifth wave takes the high. We'll see how this develops, okay. So sometimes I just have no business in trading. Yesterday I took 3 trades inside of the community. If you want to be part of the community, Andy is spending his day inside of the community today. Send me the word access, there's my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join, okay. Also remember guys, if you want to continue to have free access to the tool, Mindpillar tool for CVD that we're using over here, one of the requirements will be that you have to sign up with one of my affiliates down below. Right. So sometimes I just have no business in trading. That's what I wanted to say. Okay. Yesterday I took 3 trades. Maybe today I'm not going to take any trades unless price gets to an area of interest, because yesterday there was 3 areas of interest. Where price is now, it smacked my 0.9 rejection. You know, it was worth an attempt for me. I did see the reaction, but now I have no business in looking for a short until it gets to a proper level. The best level is the highs, okay, SFP from the highs. That is a great level. Okay. Also, ending diagonal, just want to say, if this is a B, and an ending diagonal in a wave C, okay, ending diagonals is not that common. Just something to keep in mind. Okay. You will see that I have the 3 here as well, and the 4. And the 5 a little bit higher up, because this could also be a 1, 2, and now it's doing multiple 1, 2s, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and it's going to pop here to the upside. So it doesn't really matter how you count the bullish structures, whether you count it like this. Where's that other one that I just prepared? Okay, whether you count it like this, or whether you count it this way, there's a chance for price to shoot to the upside. Directional bias is exactly the same. Okay, but a good technical analyst will always have a bullish and a bearish case scenario. What if price, okay, what if price does not take the high? It smacks the 0.618, okay, maybe it does this, it smacks the 0.618 and it falls. That's why I want to, because you guys know sometimes price gets very close to a level and it front runs the level, and then everyone was waiting for the SFP, and then the SFP front runs, okay, but I have a level that I can pay attention to, 0.618 at $66,000, 789. Okay, which is, it looks like it's basically an SFP from this little pivot over here. Now, price is aggressively grinding here to the upside, but what is still concerning about the current price action is volume is still decreasing. Can you guys see volume is decreasing? Okay, so I mean, I'm just dragging this trend as price is pushing here to the upside. I'll just be dragging this trend. And what will be interesting is if price starts rejecting, maybe it hits the 0.618, then it rejects, or it rejects in the zone. I don't know where it's going to reject. I just have no levels to play a rejection from at this point in time. I have no levels there. I have no business longing this, and I have no business shorting this at the moment until it gets to an area of interest for me. There's no weekly levels, there's no daily levels, there's no point of controls in this zone. The first point of control, which is the closest level that I have, is slightly higher up at the 0.786. So this third wave can push and still form a diagonal and maybe reject at that zone where I'm looking for that short. Okay, 4, 3, as long as the structure stays contracting, maybe a short little 4, then a last push here to the upside. I don't know how this is going to unfold, but that's the only level that I have here to the upside, is a naked point of control that was formed during this range or that range. I don't know, the session volume profile might not bring it up because it's too long ago. Okay, unless I reverse the price action. But I can tell you guys now, I know that there's 2 levels there, because I have them marked out. Yeah, it's too long ago. It only goes back unless I reverse the price action. I'm not going to do that now. Right. Yeah, this looks interesting, but it's not in a zone where I'm interested at the moment. I'm going to put another alarm at just below the 0.618, so I can pay attention based on this scenario. Then and remember guys, obviously if I do enter a fresh short, I will let the community know if I'm not live on YouTube. Okay, if you want to be part of the community, send me the word access to my Telegram. I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Right, because my personal trades are shared. How I approach the markets when I enter trades, how I manage my trades, that's shared inside of the community. Yesterday I also did a private live stream inside of the community. And I will continue to do that. Oh, wait, do I still have coffee left? So for now, if you're not in a long, you need to scalp the smaller time frames if you know how to do it successfully and responsibly. But I have no business looking for a long over here. Yes, based on the most bullish case scenario, it can, but it's not guaranteed. That's the problem. There's resistance over there. It's not guaranteed price is going to do that. How do you manage your risk when you are longing blindly over here? How do you manage your risk? That's always my question. Okay, maybe you're like, okay, well, I don't want this low to be taken again. Okay, if you're entering over here, where are you targeting? Because that's a resistance area, which is always a profit taking area for me. If you're putting your stop loss below this low, the risk to reward doesn't make sense for me, unless you're saying, okay, well, I think I'm going to put it below this consolidation area. Can you see why I can't long this? I'm already positioned in a long. Okay, the long should have been taken already. You should already be positioned in the long. I'm looking for longs where it makes sense for me to look for longs. To look for longs, yeah. No, you should, no. No. Unless you play that little breakouts, because there was one in the 1 minute time frame that I showed everyone that already broke out and now it's continuing up. Okay, I'm already positioned. I already took majority of the profits. I still have a runner, 9,100 unrealized profits. So if it continues up, great. Great. Okay, but I am now interested looking for shorts. It's time for me to start looking for shorts. Okay, because I'm already positioned in the long. Price is now pushing up. It makes sense to start looking for shorts. But I cannot trade that. From a risk to reward perspective, for every $100 that I'm risking, I'm making $100. To me, that sounds like gambling. That's not great trading. That's stupid trading for me. I cannot trade a one-to-one. Okay. I need at least a 2 risk to reward, preferably a 3. More than that is a bonus. Okay. Because then, and also I need to trade probabilities. Right. I can't. Okay. Yes. Can this happen? Of course. But you always have the risk, okay, of price doing that before it goes. Stops you out, okay, and then it leaves without you. This is why I'm saying the longs should have been taken lower down. Okay, I'm in that long on Bluffin, and I'm in this long on a different account. Andy is in a long from further down, way further down, over here somewhere. Andy is in a long. This was also a trade that was highlighted inside of the community. Okay, just before I went on my break. It was this one. Breakout. Or, if you want to be sniper, there was a breakout over there. You catch the breakout before the breakout so you don't have to contend with the risk. But this was a very interesting zone to look for longs. I did not look for shorts in this zone. I looked for longs. I started looking for shorts, yeah. This is where I started looking for shorts because price pushed up and I was like, well, maybe it's going to form an ABC type of thing. So I was looking for a short, okay? Or I can't remember exactly. It was just before I went on the break. Maybe it was that pivot, but I was looking for shorts in the right zone where it matters to look for shorts, okay? Look for longs at the bottom of the zone. Look for longs. And very important from a technical perspective, from a technical trading perspective, okay, very important to switch that mindset of trying to look for longs when price looks bullish at the top is not a great way to trade. For me personally, I can only share with you how I approach the markets. Let me go through some comments. Just want to see why is, oops. There we go. Just make this a little bit bigger. I'm sure I've driven my point across. I know some of you guys also want me to look at other things as well. I will go through that. Okay, let me just go through some more comments. What about the high from 66,400? 66,400? 66,400. Yeah, it's a valid attempt. That little high is a valid attempt. Okay, purely based on price action. I think I spoke about this last night in the community as well. Someone highlighted, what about that one? What about that one? And what about that one? I just have no Fibonacci or any other confluence besides the high. Can it SFP from that high? Yes. Okay, you just need to execute your plan with great risk management. So let's put a line over there with a magnet so we can pay attention to it. Maybe small little scalp. Okay. It's just I have no other confluence besides the pivot. There's no confluence there. But if it rejects, I can attempt a short with great risk management because I can execute my trading strategy using that little line. And that's the beauty about swing failure patterns. All I need is a line. And based on what price does at that line, I can decide whether I want to enter or not. Okay, so let's set an alarm so we don't forget about that one. Create. Okay, put the clock in for me so I can get alerted when that hits. Clean up the chart. But yes, great point. Definitely a level that I'll be paying attention to. Okay, it has no other confluence, but it can give a nice little scalp trade. Because what could happen here is that maybe this is day 1, 2, 3, and it falls down and then it pushes up again in a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it can provide a little nice day trade. Get in, get out. Okay, run away with your profits before the market comes to take it. So I will be paying attention to that level. But because it has no confluence, I don't really expect. Yes, it can happen because anything can happen in this market. If this rejects, I don't think there's a high probability for that. Obviously, it just depends on how you manage your trade. If it does fall, you have a running, okay? But I think if it does reject here, it could do that and continue back up. Bullish CVD, okay, and can provide a longing opportunity. Little breakout, okay, like there, little breakout. Targeting the highs. Maybe that will be a nice little 3-wave corrective structure and play the breakout back to the upside. Now that I can responsibly partake in another long back to the upside if I see something like this. Yeah, that was not an easy one, but well, it was actually an easy one. Sorry, let me rephrase. This long, there was no D line. There was no breakout, okay? Because look, what is this? How do you place a trend here? You can't place a trend here. But the beauty about Elliott wave theory is that I can see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C, daily level played along. So this one was actually way better because the risk management was insane. A D-line breakout, you're still contending with a stop loss. You're still contending with that stop loss. Okay, if you're playing the breakout over here, you're targeting the highs, you're still contending with a stop loss. SFPs, and this is why you'll see that all the trades here in July has been SFP, 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 and then the one that I lost was not a SFP. Ironically, the one that I lost was not a SFP. Anyways. Okay, right. Let me go through some more comments. I got distracted. 38 to 40k bottom in October. Yeah, I might lean towards November even. I think it might even be November, but who knows, right? But I'm falling more or less in the same camp. I think 38 to 40k could be the bottom for the bear market. Okay, I know that there are people saying that the bull market has begun. I know there are people, some people are saying the bull market has begun because, and this is the argument, some people are saying because we had such a pathetic bull market, we might get a pathetic bear market, where with the bull market, everyone was expecting at least 250k and to have an altcoin season, which never happened. So we had a very poor bull market. And then there are some people that saying that perhaps we're going to have a very poor bear market where everyone is expecting lower and we might not get lower and the low is in. Okay. But then I have to just go back to my technical analysis and say, well, what is the probabilities of the low being in from a technical perspective, not from 4-year cycle theory. Bull market was stupid, so we're going to get a stupid bear market. Okay, none of that crap. From a technical perspective, what are the probabilities for this low to be in based on the structure that is formed to the downside? And maybe that's something that I'll discuss in a second. Okay. Because price is at a level where I'm not really interested in a short trade at the moment unless one of my alarms go off. Let's do this. Devil, slightly above your 0.618 is also incoming anchored. Yes, you're right. I forgot to share that. I do actually have it here somewhere. Just forgot to share it. There we go. Thanks for reminding me. Chicken? Mr. Chicken? Yes, right? If you go yet back to the 8-hour time frame, the 1-hour time frame, let's go to the 4-hour, it's better. Okay, from the highs, from that highest point to where price is now, you can see the anchored VWAP, definitely an interesting zone for a short. That's also the 0.618, like you've pointed out, Mr. Chicken. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I wanted to talk about the anchored VWAP as well. And these anchored VWAPs, they get pretty nasty rejections, because do you guys remember this one? I just want to make sure that I get it right. Let's take the anchored VWAP from the top. That one, look at that one. It went down, 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 and then price formed this three-wave structure up. Tapped it to perfection and fell to the downside. Okay, anchored VWAP here is now pretty far away from the all-time high, but now here's another one that I can put on this pivot. There's a couple of them, but the most interesting one is the one from the recent highs. Okay, so two areas, three levels. If you are into the moving average thing, first level right over here where I'm looking for that short. Okay, if price does not respect this level and it continues to shoot here to the upside, this one is most probably going to taper down a little bit. It aligns with that consolidation area where I'm looking for the short. And then this one is very far away. Okay, I'm not even going to pay attention to that one right now. But based on the scenarios, okay, based on this scenario, 0.618 anchored VWAP, yeah, it's going to most probably chop through it a little bit, take the high, but the first Fibonacci level is the 0.618 based on this scenario. If I just switch scenarios around a little bit based on this scenario, well, then that 0.618 does align perfectly. Okay, let me just take that out the way so we can see it. That 0.618 based on this scenario aligns perfectly with the anchored VWAP. And that is why I have my alarm set there, because that could be a rejection. I would actually like for it to grab the highs, then reject. Start trading back below. Trade below the anchored VWAP and have that liquidity wick. You know, the liquidity grab wick there to the upside. That will be a sign of weakness. Now this could be a very interesting swing short. Next level is this 1.236. Anyways, we'll see how the structure develops, because what is still concerning, about if this is a 1, 2, and this is now forming a third wave here to the upside, volume is still a concern, which makes this short very interesting based on volume at the moment. If price starts spiking up here and volume increases, I'm going to say, hang on, there's a chance for continuation. So yes, very interesting. Long is printing, Nico. Yes, the long is printing. It's absolutely printing. I must say I'm very happy with the long that I did take you on bluffing. And price is currently getting a little bit of a reaction or a pullback. But very happy with the long that I took here on bluffing. One of many trades that I've been taking during this entire range. What is CVD doing? It's forming bullish CVD again. Okay, well, that's a nice little rejection, but it's forming bullish CVD. You see, every pullback is met with bullish CVD. And remember, if you guys want access to this free tools right over there, can you guys see that? Yes. Okay, and if you want to maintain free access going forward, because for now it's for free to everyone, but we're going to start putting restrictions in place to say that, well, it was cool while the party lasted, but you have to at least support us, because it takes money, time, effort, development resources to build these tools. Okay, and if you want to maintain free access, All I'm asking in return is that you sign up with one of the exchange links down below and support us building these tools, because it will be enhanced going forward. Okay, it's not going to end here. You'll see there's many enhancements that we are implementing, and there's another exciting one that I'm looking forward to that will give me alerts as well. Fear and greed is at 25, still in the fear territory. Okay, we do not have any news this week. Nothing. There's no news this week, no high impact news this week. Last high impact news was on Friday. Next high impact news is on Monday next week. So no high impact news. So no news could potentially spoil the party, okay? Anyways, guys, there's a lot of tools here. You've got the bubbles, which I like to look at sometimes as well to see where the strength lies, and maybe I can play my D-line strategy on those tokens. But CVD is the one that I spend most of my time on. Yeah, bullish. That bullish CVD played out. Let's see. I want to try and figure out where did price get the rejection. Okay, thanks, David. After yesterday's private training session, I am being way more aggressive with profit taking. Well done, Mr. Wayne. Yes. Profit taking is one of the things I think a lot of traders struggle with. I've seen traders that enter beautiful trades, but they're still losing money on their portfolio because they don't take profits. They're always expecting a bigger move, higher prices, lower prices, depending on if you're shorting or longing. Okay, you'll see that my style of trading, and I'm sure I shared that yesterday in the community. Let me open this up. Guys, there was a lot that happened yesterday in the community. Okay, yesterday in the community, just to give everyone a little bit of a taste. 20th. What happened from the 20th? Let's just, oops. Where did you go? There we go. Let me just make this bigger. Okay, so yesterday, the 20th. First trade I highlighted was, let me make this smaller. There you go. First trade, either the naked point of control, the 0.382, or the daily level at the 0.5. The naked point of control didn't give me the reaction that I wanted, and price bounced at the daily level, and that is the long that I'm still in. Okay. That was the first trade. No short for me. No short for me here. The short was at the daily level. Basically, I just said, if you want to short, yeah, it's not a shorting zone for me. The short was at the daily level above, inside of the orange box, which I highlighted on Sunday to the community. I'm looking for rejection in this zone. Okay. And then told everyone, seeing some bullish CVD, there's a chance for a nice little bounce. Still in the long on Bluffin. Just sharing my trades. Okay, that's what I do inside of the community. I'm just being transparent and showing everyone how I'm trading, what I've got open, what I've got closed. Andy does the same thing. And then SFP from the daily level, and this is where I posted, I took the long here, might double bottom. If price gets back above, we'll enter a new long. Okay, and then I posted if price can claim the 0.618, there's a high chance it's going to take the high, which price did. Okay. And still in the long, taking profits. What did I say over here? I'm taking some profits, Wayne. I'm taking some profits here and protecting my position, because you never know. Right. Most bullish option, I was just sharing a couple of scenarios, ABC, basically what I've discussed today as well. Slightly different, but I mean, same directional bias. Bearish option, price basically forms a lower high and falls to the downside. Obviously, the scenario got invalidated. But I did say, technically, the bullish options looks better. I did say that, because I am leaning more bullish. Okay. Then I did my live stream which most of you, if you're not in the community, you saw the live stream yesterday, and I just said long is printing. That's when we got that nice little candle to the upside. No shorts for me here, volume increasing. And I did a private little educational live stream for the community, and this is what Wayne is also referring to, where I showed people how I trade. When I enter a trade, how I take profits, how I manage my risk, how I manage my positions, okay? Also shared with him the CVD template, and he also shared some updates from his trading perspective. More scenarios. I said there was a case for a bearish case scenario, and this is why I took that short that I got stopped out of, because I knew that this was a scenario that could happen where, since the high, price forms a larger corrective structure, and this is why I attempted that short, which I got stopped out with $54 loss, okay, because obviously I managed my trades and took profits, covered fees, and this is where I got into the SFP from the weekly. Well, yeah, where was that one? Oh, this is basically just managing that trade, okay. First up, my stop loss was above that high. Then when I took the trade, I already started taking profits to cover my fees. That's why I only have a $54 loss. I already took profits to cover my fees and a portion of my stop loss. And I moved my stop loss to below this high because I said if price is going to take that high again, it's going to move up. And it's most probably going to take that high again. So why expose myself to more risk if I know that if it takes that high, it's going to move up? So just tighten my risk management, which is what happened. Stopped out at break even. So I'm glad I moved my stop loss. Andy did his live stream, and then I posted more updates last night. Okay, not much happening above the weekly pointing. I spoke about that today as well. This is where I attempted the short from the weekly level. Okay, but can you guys see when I attempted the short from the weekly level, which is basically that weekly level? Do you guys remember? We've been talking about that weekly level for ages. Look at where I took the trade. Okay, can you guys see where I took the trade? By the time price was there, I was already in profits. My stop loss was $930, but I had a $1,100 profit. That is how I trade. Maybe it's not your style of trading. Just follow your plan at the end of the day. But the most important thing for me is to manage my trade. When price took the lows, I said, I'm taking a bit more profits here at the lows of the consolidation area. I'm getting ready for bed. And then I had a 15-minute order block, and I had a limit order set here to take more, another 25% profits, which didn't get hit. Price turned around before it hit the 15-minute order block and stopped me out with the profits that I took. $2,697 was the total profits for that trade. Okay. Andy also jumping in here, but you guys can see it was a busy day yesterday inside of the community. Okay, if you want to be part of the community, send me the word access. There's my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join the community. There's a lot happening, guys. So you can see that I'm sharing as I approach the markets. Okay, for me now, yeah, that little rejection is not an easy rejection. Okay, to get into that little SFP. It's just not at a zone of interest. Let's go here to the 15-minute time frame. I'm going to just try and figure out why I love to do this, by the way. When price rejects like that, I want to know why did it reject. Is there a level that I missed? Because it happens. Sometimes I miss levels. And price rejects and I'm like, crap, I missed the short because I didn't have a level. So when price starts rejecting like that, I'm very curious as to why. Why did that happen? What did I not see? Because I'm waiting for this zone. Okay, so maybe it does this and then it goes back up. Okay, and then it's your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's see how this plays out. So there's still a chance for the short. I'm not worried about the rejection if I missed it, because there's always another trade around the corner. I just want to know why. And then I go to work. And the first thing I do is I use trend-based fib extensions. And I'll just go switch on my magnet and I start measuring some waves. It's like, why, oh why did you reject over there? 1-to-1 extension, yeah, it's chopping the 1-to-1 extension. Okay, maybe there's a better level. Maybe inside of this structure, from the low to the high of this structure to the low of this structure. Ooh, 1.618, that's currently also a 1-to-1 extension, 1.618. But I want to know why it got rejected there at the high. So I still don't have a level there. And this is where I get creative, guys. This is now where I get creative. Maybe from this low to the high. This is what I do in my spare time when I'm not... When I'm not on YouTube, I try and figure out these things because I know there must be a reason why it rejected. What is that reason? Is there a level that I missed? And it looks like it might be the 786 over here. From the low to the high of this structure to the low of this structure. So from this impulse with a correction and maybe 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe it's going to build 4 5s here to the upside. I don't know. Okay. But it looks like nested 1 2s here at the moment. And then you have the move with high volume to the upside. So it could be chopping now for 4 5s here to the upside. But that's the zone that I'm interested for the bigger short. Okay. I just want to figure out, well, why did it reject there? Well, there's a 0.78 Fibonacci over there. Rejected at the 0.786. And it's okay. Sometimes I miss these little trades. It's okay. I know there's another trade. Maybe that could be 3 over there. I don't know what's going to happen here. Maybe the trend should be like this now. Let's see. And maybe 4 is going to build over here. And then it's going to go up for 5. That's smacks. That's 0.618 where I'm looking for the short. But I'm looking for the bigger trade. These little... This is in the middle of nowhere. I just wanted to figure out why did it reject there. But it's not in a zone where I'm interested in a bigger trade. This could be an interesting long to play that move. Because it's a bigger move. If this falls down further, this will be an interesting long. And the easiest way for me to look for that long is this consolidation area. Point of control. Put it in there. Highest amount of volume was traded right over here. So now I have a long opportunity. So if price continues to fall, I can play an SFP from that level. And that could be number 4. Anyways, let me switch off the Elliott wave scenarios. Just keep it simple. Okay. If price continues to fall to the downside, that is a longing opportunity for me. Most amount of volume, high chance for reaction in that zone. Or this is 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, for example, and it's 3, 4, 5. It still chops to the upside and it gets to my area of interest. Which is also the 1-to-1 extension for this FIB pool. 1-to-1 extension for this FIB pool. 0.618 when you do it another way. I hope you guys find value in what I'm talking about, how I approach the markets, how I draw my fibs. This is what I do on a daily basis, looking for those trading opportunities. Reaction FIB retracement now. Reaction FIB retracement now. Rejected from daily level. No, there's not a daily level there. Everyone keeps on telling me, even in the community, everyone keeps on telling me there isn't a daily level, guys. Let me clean up the kitchen. Maybe I'm smoking my socks, but let's do this together. If I go to the daily time frame, because I know exactly which daily level people are talking about. There was a daily level there, but it got eaten up by price action, so it's not a valid daily level. It's used already. That's where Andy jumped into a short, by the way, guys, if you remember correctly. Andy shorted from here, from that daily level. That was, okay, let me switch on the daily levels. Okay. remember the education that I also shared inside of the community. Okay. That, can anyone tell me why that is not a daily level anymore? Can anyone tell me why is that not a daily level anymore? Because if that is a daily level, then that also needs to be a daily level. 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 Why is that not a daily level anymore? Because I remember with this structure to the upside, I got in a short. I took a short over there. Andy missed the party. Where did Andy take the short? Andy took the short over there from this daily level. So the reason this daily level is not valid anymore is because it's already been claimed by price action. Okay. I'm not sure why everyone thinks that that's a daily level. Maybe it's just a lack of education. But yes, it's getting a reaction. I can see it's getting a reaction, but I am not paying attention to this daily level anymore because the rules for daily level says once it's been claimed, it's invalid. It has to be naked. That one's naked. It has not been claimed by price action. This one has not been claimed by price action. This one has not been claimed by price action, and those are the ones that I pay attention to. So if price rejects here, I need to find another way for that to find that rejection. Okay. You are now most probably the 5th person that's pointed this out to me. I received a lot of personal messages yesterday from people as well. Devil, there's a daily level. I'm like, no, it's not a daily level. It's already been claimed. Yes, can you get a successful trade from a daily level that's already been used? Well, there's your attempt, right? There's your attempt. You enter, stop goes above the wick, and you just need to identify your profit-taking areas to the downside. So yes, you can still take the trade based on the line. So you can execute a successful swing failure strategy from that line, although it's not even valid. I just found it a different way. But that is not a daily level, guys. It's already been claimed. Now these are valid daily levels. So I needed to find a different reason as to why it rejected there. For me, the reason is not the daily level, because the daily level is invalid. It's already been claimed. And this is why I did all these little FIP pools to try and figure out why did it reject there. Maybe it's based on this structure. 1, okay. WXY, this could be a WXY here to the upside. Well, that's also interesting. If this is just having some fun here, guys. I'm going to be here for a while, so I'm just having some fun. If this is a WXY to the upside, okay, A, B, C, W, yeah, corrective structure in X, okay, A, B, and this is now forming 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm still expecting a little bit of a mess to the upside in this scenario because of that. Anyways, but I can calculate, what I'm trying to get to is I can calculate the targets for the Y wave. It's above the 0.618. Maybe the next target's going to be the 2 extension. If it is a WXY. Bullish case scenario is that the structure actually starts from here. The correction ended there. Based on this entire structure, based on all of this, remember, for those of you that's joined a little bit late, based on all of this, the correction ended over there in a WXY. WXY in a triangle. Okay, I do have that scenario. Then this structure could be your, okay, from a bullish case perspective, this could be your wave 1, 2, and it's still pushing up for wave 3, and it can form a 4 and a 5. Or 3 still extends. I don't know when 3 is going to end. Okay, but the 786 based on this fib pool is a bit rare for wave 3. Just want to see if I take the fib pool from this low to the high, ka-ching, to the low, ka-ching. Yeah, the 786 is not common for third wave unless this is an ABC. Okay, that actually looks better. If it's an ABC, then it can reject there. Where this is an A, B, C. But 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Then it's an expanding structure. I can't count this structure as one structure, because it's expanding, which carries the lowest probability. I don't ever look at expanding structures. Maybe it's a fault, but that's how rare they are. What does look better is that price still chops the highs a couple of times. 1, 2, 1, 2, maybe another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, but at least take the highs once more. Well, pay attention to the 1-to-1 extension. The 0.618 got a rejection. I can see that here on the 5-minute time frame. The 0.618 got the rejection, so the fib pool is valid. Can you guys see that little rejection over there? Might have to zoom in more. When the level got tapped for the first time, it got a rejection. When the 786 got tapped, it got a rejection. Okay, that was a tiny one. So naturally, this level becomes interesting to look for a short. So if price takes the high again, rejects, I can execute a short over there. Okay. Andy is spending his day inside of the community today, while I'm here on YouTube. Just make myself a bit bigger over there. And remember, if you want access to the community and you want to go see what Andy is up to inside of the community, send me the word access. There's my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. There's a couple of ways in which you can get into the community. Because that is where I spend most of my time. Honestly, that is where I spend most of my time. There's no two ways about it. Yesterday, I spent the whole day inside of the community. And when I'm not on YouTube, I'm inside of the community. Okay, so let's see how this structure develops. I want to see if there's maybe a little breakout. Can we scalp the 1-minute time frame just for fun? No, not a pretty trend, but maybe we can scalp it. The risk to reward is terrible for this little breakout. Okay, this one was way better. I like trends like this, and the reason I like trends like this is because the risk to reward is better. And you know, that's one of my things that I need to tick. If I'm entering a trade over there and I'm targeting the high and my stop goes below the low, it's almost a 2 risk to reward. It makes it worth it for me to take the trade, because I know it can always overshoot the high ever so slightly, and then it makes the trade worth it, especially if I'm scalping. But now, based on these 2 pivots here on the 1-minute time frame, if price is going to break out over here, for example, you can now see the problem for me. This is why I don't really want to long in this zone. Okay, targeting the high, maybe a little bit higher. Okay, stop goes below the low, but look at the risk to reward. It's terrible. I can still do it just for fun, just for entertainment here on the live stream. I can still attempt this trade just for fun, but it's not typically a trade that I would take personally. Okay, but for fun here on the live stream, I can attempt this little trade. It actually goes a little bit higher if you now really want to be pedantic about it. Okay. Yeah, this is not an easy one, this one. Doesn't make sense. And something that I also tell the community all the time is trade a structure that makes sense to you. That one made sense. It breaks out, it retests, it bounces. This one made sense. Okay, that one made sense. And I don't think this was an easy one to catch because it looks like this moved up quite quickly. So you had to be very quick about this one over here. But the trend makes sense. It has those nice touch points. This one makes sense. That one makes sense. The only one that makes sense here is this one. Okay, this mess here at the moment doesn't make any sense. Unless you... God, I think it's even going to make less sense if I go here onto the 15-second time frame. Okay, because then price action gets really ugly. Unless you played that breakout. Then the risk to reward is beautiful because you play the breakout, stop goes below the low, now the risk to reward makes sense. But I am not in the game of scalping the 15-second time frame. It's very messy, guys. There's a lot of noise on the smaller time frames. Okay, I prefer a minimum at least the 1 minute. Okay. Right, but out of curiosity, I'll see how this plays out. Just take this all out the way. I have no business being here on the damn small time frames. Okay, so let's go here onto 12-hour time frame. Let's clean up the kitchen, as I like to say. We need to talk about this structure. We need to talk about the people that are saying that the low is in. And the bull market is starting. We need to talk about that. Can the bull market, is there a high probability for the bull market to start from over here? That's what we need to talk about. And what I'm going to do is just quickly go through some comments, and then I'm going to take a quick another 5-minute break. I broke my rule. I didn't take a break after hour 2. So it's now an hour and a half later. So I need to take my 5-minute break and go for a leg stretch. Hi, Devil. Just caught stream now. How do you get that 0.6 extension where you look to short? Thanks, Dinesh. I will share that when I come back. Okay. I will share that when it comes back. But the easiest way is I'm looking at the anchored VWAP. Because it aligns with the anchored VWAP, I'm looking for a rejection from the anchored VWAP. This one. Okay. So back here onto the 1 hour time frame. That is an interesting area where price could reject, which also aligns with that 0.618. So if price pushes through, pulls back, starts trading back below the level, sign of weakness, so that I need to know where to put my stop loss. And that tells me where I can put my stop loss. And I'm trading the rejection. I'm trading the sign of weakness. The worst thing I can do as a technical trader is that, let's just draw this out. Price is there and I'm starting to short. Because how on earth am I managing my risk? Where the hell am I putting my stop loss? That is stupid. To long there while price is pushing up is stupid. For me, guys, I'm talking about myself. I cannot be stupid like that. I have to see the rejection. Price has to push through, because as long as it's above the level, it can continue. And that's how you liquidate. That's a recipe for liquidation. If you want to know and you've never liquidated an account before, go and do that. Do that. You'll get what I mean. So I have to see that and that. I know that what is it, that warrior in you, the Mr. Show Off, the Mr. Ego inside of you want to show everyone your P&L shot that you caught the high. I know, okay, but that is not responsible unless you have a level higher up that you can play an SFP and do it with great risk management responsibly. But I have to see the weakness so that I know where to put my stop loss. Let's take that line out. I need to know where to put my stop loss. I do not mind a stop loss after I see the weakness. The worst thing for me is to try and short that while it's pushing up, because it could continue until it hits this level. And I don't want to have a short entry here, because I've seen people like this in my live stream. I don't want to have a short entry here and then price is over there. And then I'm like, oh my God, how am I going to get out of this situation? Should I cut the loss? Am I going to get liquidated? I'm not sleeping, biting my nails, kicking my wife, screaming at the dog. I don't want to be in that situation. Anyways, I hope I have answered your question. Guys, I'm just going to take a quick little 5-minute break. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'll leave you with some music. And if you want to stay tuned, there's still more alpha to come. We're going to analyze the larger time frames. Yes, I am also going to look at some altcoin requests, maybe gold, silver, whatever you guys want me to look at. I will also analyze that. I'm still going to be here for a while, so I do have some time. And I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Silent scream, heart beat loud in the in-between. World asleep but my mind won't rest. Standing right on tomorrow's edge. Numbers fall and the candles shake. Every risk is a step I take. No applause and no safety net. Just a promise I haven't met. I've been down where the doubt is loud. I've been lost in the digital crowd. But the signal cuts through the noise and it pulls me now. I'm standing on tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway. No guarantees, but I'm on my way. If I fall, I rise. That's the game I play. Tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway. Late night glow from a silent screen. Heartbeat loud in the in-between. World asleep but my mind won't rest. Standing right on tomorrow's edge. Numbers fall and the candles shake. Every risk is a step I take. No applause and no safety net. Just a promise I have. I've been down with it loud. I've been lost in a digital crowd. But the signal cuts through the noise and it pulls me now. I'm standing on tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway. No guarantee, but I'm on my way. If I fall, I rise. That's the game I play. Tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway.
All right. I hope I still have a voice left tomorrow, because I remember after last week Thursday's stream, the next day I really struggled with my voice, because I'm talking to myself and I'm doing all of the talking. And but remember to smash up that like button if you forgot to do so. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. How many people do we have watching this live stream? 281 people watching this live stream at the moment. See, it jumps between about 380, 280 people. And I can just imagine when a proper bull market is back again, we're going to sit at 1,000, 2,000 people watching live here again. But for the die-hard fans out there, welcome. I appreciate you joining the live stream, smashing up that like button. Remember, I do spend most of my time inside of the community when I'm not on YouTube. Andy is inside of the community today. You will not do a live stream or an update. Okay, today is Andy's day inside of the community. If you want to be part of the community, send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions to join. What is happening here inside of the comment section? Everyone, I love that one. Everyone dance on the table while he's gone. I saw Simon Jones in here as well. Welcome, Mr. Simon Jones. Always great to see you here. Mr. Mark, one of the great moderators that I've seen out in the space. You've been... Mark, I'm not sure, maybe you can let me know in the comments. Since when have you been in crypto? Because I've just always known you inside of Andy's live streams. Always, I've just seen you around. And I know you're doing moderation for a couple of other channels as well. Thanks for the tunes. Absolute pleasure, man. And then Mr. Real Deal 333, I saw your message here somewhere as well. Absolute pleasure, man. Where was that comment? I think I still have it here somewhere. Anyways, here we go. Devolt, I watched your education video from yesterday and wanted to appreciate your time and explanation, man. It's me, Real Deal 333. Oh, so you are Tankista 101 on YouTube. Trade questions, thanks, man. Yes, Real Deal. Basically, what happened yesterday is Real Deal asked some really good trading questions yesterday in the community, and that's when I decided to do a private live stream based on what Mr. Real Deal asked. Do I still have it? Yeah. Okay, he asked some really good questions, guys. I don't know if I want to share the chat section inside of YouTube, because maybe some people want to share personal stuff in there, so I don't want to reveal that here on YouTube. But basically, he asked some trading questions, and that is where I did this little live stream. Okay. Only for the community. The community gets preference. They get the alpha first. A lot of the scenarios and things that I'm talking about now was already shared in the community. Andy is sharing some more updates today, so I don't want to scroll too far down to spoil what Andy is up to with the community. And but yeah, if you want access to the community, first link down in the description. Send me the word access and you can join the community. Okay. Well, I'll send you the instructions on how you can join the community. By the way, now that I have everyone here on the live stream, if you have any questions regarding the community, go to welcome first. When you join the community, if someone is going to sign up now and they want to join the community, go to welcome first, go and watch the introduction video. It explains to you how the community works. If you have any subscription or elite pass or technical questions regarding your subscription, whatever the case might be, you can message. There's the message. You can message at Mindpillar. Not me. I get a lot of DMs from people asking me, how do I do this on my subscription, for example. I'm not the person to ask. We have a dedicated support team to assist with those things. Okay. Right, so go check out the welcome section first. I think I've been thinking about it, Legends, and maybe I think it's a good idea. I want to include another section that says library, and then all the educational content like what I posted yesterday, how to add, whoops, I don't want to share Andy's beans over there, how to add daily levels, the basics, what is a SFP, how to play an SFP, what is the D-line strategy, all the educational content. I want to create a separate folder and I want to throw those videos in there so that when you join the community, for all the new people, you can go through the education so that you don't feel that you have all these questions and you don't know how to get it answered. So I'm going to include a library over here with a couple of videos just to cover the basics. Okay. The community is where it's at. That's where the action happens. So patiently waiting for this little level here to the upside. Someone asked me before I went on my 5-minute break, where do I get that 0.618? Okay, and I think after I explain this, I'm going to take some time and just clean up these folders over here because I'm getting confused with everything that I've got here. First scenario, just want to highlight this scenario again. I don't mind doing a recap because I know there's a lot of new people joining the live stream and they didn't follow me since almost 3 hours ago. Okay, there's a scenario for A or a 1, a 2 or a B. Okay, and this is a W, X, A, B, C, D, E, and price could now rock and roll here to the upside. The first target that I'm watching is, excuse me, this little red box over here, where you also have a 0.618 a little bit further up, because this C wave minimum target for this scenario, usually from a Fibonacci perspective, is the 0.618. But Mr. Joan will also tell you, one of our eliticians inside of our community, yes, we do have some very experienced technical analysts inside of our community, will also tell you that this is a rare target for a C wave. Usually it pushes up a little bit higher, okay? And yes, it can smack the 1.618 at $74,000, 359. But these are the 3 boxes that I'm looking for a short in this scenario. Okay, and it's just, you know, maybe it's not going to be a gentle, maybe it's not going to do that. Maybe it's going to push through, reject, and then fall down. So if I can catch an entry higher up so that I don't have to wait for this weakness and content with that massive stop loss, then I will enter a short over there so that I have a better entry. I hope that makes sense. Okay. Next scenario, let me just put this to the top. Is this one. That's where I get the 0.618 that aligns with the anchored VWAP. It's an A or a 1, a 2 or a B, and price is now forming an ending diagonal, okay, or a leading diagonal in wave 3. So it's either an ending diagonal in wave C and price falls down, or it's a leading diagonal and it continues up to complete wave C, wave 3, or wave C extends. I mean, 3C can be the exact same thing. The only difference is this structure in a bullish case scenario forms a 4 and a 5. C rejects and falls down. First target, and this is why I had the C here, is that if it's an ending diagonal in 3-wave structures, then first target is the 0.618 where the C wave can reject. So that is the 0.618 that aligns with this potential leading diagonal or ending diagonal. Let's see how it plays out. And the reason I have it as an ending or a leading diagonal is because of that. That is a 3-wave structure, ladies and gentlemen. There's no 2 ways about it, unless you go into the 15-second time frame and there's somehow that you can count a 5-wave structure in there. And this is why I'm still giving the bullish case scenarios a chance over here that maybe this is okay, a 1-2, 1-2, and it just momentum is to the upside. Okay, but yeah, on the 15-minute time frame, and this is what created some for me, that this is what confused the situation yesterday. For those of you that were in the live stream yesterday with me and watched, ooh, that's nice, keeps on rejecting that trend over there. Let's see if it rejects it again. This little move is a 3-wave structure. I don't see a proper 4 and a 5 over there. Okay, this looks like a 3-wave structure. Price fell down in a corrective structure and then took the highs again. And this is why I'm considering an ending diagonal, because the ending diagonal has to end in 3-wave structures. 3-wave structure, 3-wave structure, 3-wave, or maybe this is still part of a larger 3-wave structure, 3-wave structure, 3-wave structure, done, and it falls. Okay, where this target is the first area that I'll be paying attention to for a swing short. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, there's a high chance that the bear market is not done. And whether the bear market is done or not done, or whether you are in the camp that the bull market has started, it doesn't matter. The structure is still bearish. You have a high, lower high, lower high, lower high. You have lower lows. The trend is your friend until the end. So shorts still make sense. Shorts still make sense because price could still, before it starts turning around. And the only way that we can with high probability say that the structure is changing is that high needs to be claimed. Price needs to claim the high, come back for a higher low, change structure, higher high, higher high, low, higher low. That's where the longing opportunity lies. So I did say that I want to go a little bit through higher time frame analysis, okay, here on the daily time frame, but for confirmation, that high has to be claimed. If this is the low and the bull market is starting, because I see some people on YouTube are talking about the low is in, the bull market is starting because we had what is the words that they're using? We had a mediocre bull market and we might not get a deep retracement in the bear market. Everyone is expecting lower, we might not get lower. With the bull market, everyone was expecting higher, we didn't get higher. So based on that assumption, I will rather wait for price to take the high and change market structure. And I want to see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wave structure to the upside. And I want to see the most amount of volume in the third wave. I want to see buying pressure inside of that structure. I don't mind, guys, I'm already positioned from a spot perspective. That's where I bought. I did not buy here, and I explained this many times. I didn't buy here because I already bought there and price is still at the same level. It doesn't make sense for me to buy again at the same level. I want a discount. If price falls down, then I'll buy again because I get a discount. Okay, so that's basically what I want to see, because it is the retracement that provides the buying opportunity. 5 waves up, market structure change, there's a chance for a higher low and continuation back to the upside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the bull market continues, takes the high. So I don't want to be in the camp of the bear market is definitely continuing, or the low is in and the bull market is continuing. I don't care. I literally do not care. I need the market to show me that it is reversing. And at the moment, it's not. So you need as a technical analyst and people that trade, or institutional traders, people that trade with billions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, they wait for confirmation. Okay, how do you get confirmation? The structure needs to change. Price needs to form a higher high. The retracement becomes interesting for continuation. You trade the third wave, which carries the most amount of volume, is the most aggressive. You miss this so that you can benefit from this with confirmation. Okay. A lot of retail traders, people that start out in the game, they get very upset when they miss that. And then they FOMO into the highs, price rejects, they're underwater, they get liquidated, and then they miss this move because either they don't have money to trade that move anymore because they got wrecked over there, okay, but they don't wait for confirmation. Just want to see. Here's a perfect example, okay. From this low, let's take a Bargy pattern. There we go. I will wait for that. And that is where the opportunity lies. You might not catch the bottom, but you can catch the zone. You wait for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You wait for a 5-wave structure. I will very carefully, if this had to play out, analyze this structure, because if there's a chance that this structure counts better as a corrective structure, it could form a higher low, form support above the highs, okay, do a RS flip and continue momentum back to the upside. Now this is the exciting wave. That's the wave you want. I want to be in this wave, this one. Okay, but I need that to confirm that this can happen, or at least open up the doors to the possibility that it's possible. So for the people saying, speculating that this is the low of the bear market, well, I need confirmation. Technically, I need confirmation. I need a 5-wave impulse up. I need a 3-wave corrective structure down so that I can participate in the biggest move to the upside. Because this one is going to, I can tell you now, if the bull market has started and this is the low, this is nothing compared to what's going to follow. And I'd rather wait for confirmation. Okay, nothing moves up in a straight line. Remember, guys, okay, even if you compare it to the previous bull cycle, look at this, okay, bear market lows, price forms a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-wave structure to the upside. It forms a 3-wave corrective structure. There's your opportunity. Nothing moves up in a straight. It didn't do this, okay, it moves in waves. It moves in waves. It moves in waves. And there's an opportunity. Your opportunities are in the corrections. There's your opportunity. There's your opportunity. There's your opportunity to join the big move back to the upside. There's your opportunity. And each move was pretty rewarding here to the upside. I remember analyzing that structure. And with both of these structures, okay, I kept on saying that there's a higher probability to take out the high because whatever is happening here is corrective. High probability to take out the high because whatever is happening here is corrective. And then the bull market ended with a very strange structure to the upside, which really confused, I'm not going to lie, it confused me as well. A 3-wave structure to the upside. It needs to end with a 5-wave structure. So I was waiting to short there. I was waiting for that short. Price formed a 3-wave structure and fell down. Hindsight, yes, it can be an ending diagonal. Because an ending diagonal, just like we're watching now here on the smaller time frames, can end in a 3-wave structure. There you go. I think it was that. This is the only way in which price can end in a 3-wave structure is in a diagonal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's allowed to end in a 3-wave structure. I did not see that because, and the reason I didn't talk about this diagonal was because of this structure. It really looks like an impulsive structure. I couldn't give the scenario the highest probability because this looks like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. It looks like an impulsive structure. Well, that ended on a 3-wave structure. So it's the only scenario that makes sense is an ending diagonal. Is what it is. Sometimes the market catches you off guard, okay? But I did place a lot of successful shorting and longing trades during this entire range here to the downside. So it doesn't matter, guys. From a day trading perspective, I miss a trade, I look for the next one, okay? I am not sad that I didn't catch the top. And I can tell you now, there are very, 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 very few people that caught the top. And they are still holding a position all the way down here. Very few people, okay? It's not easy to catch tops and to long bottoms. It's not easy. I have managed to do that well most of the times based on swing failure strategies, okay? I shorted here. I longed here. I shorted there. I longed there. I shorted there. You guys can see I'm catching them close enough, okay? Not all. I missed that one. I missed that one. I can't remember if I caught that one or that. I can't remember. I need to go and check my trading journal. But you know, my profit is still in portfolio. My portfolio is still in profits. Okay, so now you can see it doesn't matter how I analyze the structure to the downside. Doesn't matter. If the low is in, I have to see that for confirmation to join the next move back to the upside. But if price is going to form a three-wave structure and it doesn't fall 5, that is a shorting opportunity, because as long as price is a three-wave structure, it can take the low again. Three-wave up takes the low. Three-wave up takes the low. Three-wave up takes the low. Movements to the upside is three-wave structures, so it has to prove itself with that. That's the only way that it's going to prove itself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then the correction becomes interesting for a long. And as long it doesn't, you know, I've explained this in one of my other previous live streams. I'm not sure if you guys can remember. As long as price forms a three-wave structure, okay, as long as price does this, as long as, and it doesn't matter how high it goes. If it goes, and it doesn't matter how high it goes, as long as it's a three-wave structure, there's always an increased probability to take the low. It's only when price stops and it does this and that, now it has a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then the retracement becomes interesting for a higher low. What is this? Three-wave structure takes the low. If price forms a three-wave structure here, always an increased probability to take the low. And that is basically what I wanted to discuss here on the higher time frame from an Elliott wave perspective. I just want to move this up, talking about that. Let's go through what I have here on the charts. I'm going to go through those scenarios in a moment, but let me quickly go through some comments, because I'm sure a lot of you have some interesting things to say about what I've just discussed. Very well said, Devil. Rick Ty 63, absolute pleasure, man. It's just technical analysis at the end of the day. The structure needs to prove itself. That's basically what it boils down to. Okay, and it's as simple as this, guys. On the 1 hour time frame, if I now look at the local structure, okay, purely based on structure, nothing else. You have a low and you have another low. You have a higher low. You have a higher low. You have a higher low. And as long as the structure remains intact, there's always a chance to push higher, 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 high, higher, high, higher, high, higher, high. The structure determines the direction. Simple. That's it. The structure determines the direction. It's only when price breaks structure, it takes the low, then you're like, oh shit, now what? Because price can go up, form a lower high, and continue momentum back to the downside. It needs to change. That is the change in structure. Structure, I'm not sure if you guys have ever studied technical analysis from a textbook, okay? It basically states that structure takes priority over everything else. It takes priority over support, resistance, Elliott wave theory, moving averages. Structure always comes first, always. And as long as structure is intact, you can expect direction in that direction. So just wanted to highlight that. It's just basic technical analysis, I suppose. Target is 69,200 for the short. You're aiming for a little bit higher up. Yeah, that is a... Just want to see if there's... Yeah, that's basically 69,200 all the way up there. Yeesh. That's the 1-to-1 extension. What did you say? Let me just get your comment here. Sorry, I think I lost your comment. Okay. 69,200. Let's just put a line, 69,200. 69,200 for the short. Why would that be? I'm just trying to understand from a technical perspective, why would that be an interesting short? Because there's no price action. There's no price action. Okay, that's a nice consolidation area. That's a nice consolidation area, because I always pay attention to price action. Look at that consolidation area and look at what happened. Price rejected. So at your level, 69,200, there's no price action to support a rejection. Can it reject? Of course, the market can do whatever it wants. I'm just technically looking for a reason why this could be a rejection zone. From a price action perspective, it doesn't really make sense. Okay. Maybe based on one of the scenarios that I've shared, there's some fib levels that aligns 786. Yeah, it's a Fibonacci level. It's the 0.786, but as I explained during the live stream, let me just take this out the way. It's definitely a level that I will be paying attention to. So $69,000, 200, definitely a level that I will pay attention to. All I'm trying to highlight is that this level doesn't, although it's a Fibonacci level, it doesn't have confluence with anything else. It's just standing all by its lonesome there in the dark. The most interesting areas are the three boxes that I've highlighted, because it has confluence. This has confluence with a high, liquidity sweep of the highs over here, and naked point of control just above the highs of the consolidation area. This one stands a little bit by itself. Can it reject? Yes, I will pay attention to that level, and I might even short that level depending on how price reacts at that level. Okay. 0.382 has confluence with that consolidation area. 1.618 confluence with a consolidation area. Also, you can see where price found support, resistance. So from a price action perspective, it's a little bit lonely, but it's still a zone that I can pay attention to. And this is why I don't have a red box here, because chances are it could be, if price moves up, the chances are maybe it rejects, but it bounces back up. So it can provide a little bit of a scalp, but it's not a high confluence rejection zone where I will go all in for a swing trade, for example. Not that I do ever go all in, by the way, guys. You know me by now. But yes, interesting level. It does align with a 0.786. By the way, guys, I will pay attention to every level. I will pay attention to every single level there. Although I've highlighted the three red boxes where I'm looking for the rejection, it's just based on confluence. This is highly likely that it will reject at one of the three boxes because it has confluence with price action. There's another level, whatever the case might be. These two standing in the middle of nowhere, I will still pay attention. Let's see what price does when it gets to those levels. I do know that the 1-to-1 extension is very powerful. I do see nice reactions from the 1-to-1 extension based on how many times I've seen rejections at the 1-to-1 extension on the 15-minute time frame, 1 hour, 4 hour, doesn't matter. I just want to check the other scenario. Oh, okay, let's see. Someone is being naughty here in the com section. Okay, ETH to 2042. I do have a very bullish scenario on Ethereum. I do have a spot bag of Ethereum. Couple of other, I don't have a large bag of altcoins, guys. I'm very selective with the altcoins that I have in my portfolio. I'm heavily on Bitcoin, second heavy on ETH, XRP, Chainlink, Litecoin, you know, the dinosaur tokens. I have good bags of the dinosaur tokens. But Theta, yeah, it can pump. Theta can pump. Right, well, I can just imagine that there's a lot of things pumping with this little consolidation here, or this push here to the upside, okay? Because usually what happens, what I've seen happen most often is Bitcoin pushes, when it starts consolidating, the altcoins fly. It pushes, the altcoins stand still or they take a correction. And when it consolidates, the altcoins fly. So what happens here is Bitcoin pushes. As soon as it starts consolidating, the altcoins fly. Because look, money flows from Bitcoin into the altcoin ecosystem. And I've seen that happen during the entire bull cycle. I'm not sure if you guys remember. Okay. Altcoins almost stand still. They just move a little bit with Bitcoin. But when that happens, you get the explosion. Altcoins almost stand still. When that happens, the altcoins get the explosion. Altcoins, they get the explosion in the consolidation zones where Bitcoin consolidates. Because people get bored. What do? They go and trade something else. More money to be made in the altcoins, I suppose. Okay, so first interesting zone is the anchored VWAP. I want to see how price is going to react at that level. Also, if this is a 1, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, to tap the 0.88 and the 0.9 levels for wave 2 is rare. It's not in invalidation, but it's very rare. Let me just clean this up. There we go. So basically what I'm trying to highlight over here is that if price does the following in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, that is rare for a wave 2. Most commonly it rejects between the 0.5 and the 0.786. It's the most common targets. I have seen second waves reject at the 0.382. Okay, but this is becoming rare for a second wave, which means that this becomes low probability. And remember guys, I'm always using the words probability because the market can do surprising things, okay? And sometimes a low probable scenario play out. But I have stayed profitable as a trader because I play high probability scenarios. And when a low probability scenario plays out, I have my risk management to protect me. And then I look for next trade. Ka-ching. Let's do this. Whoa, someone being naughty over here, Mr. Mark. What are they doing? Are they trying to be salty? Do we have some salty people here in the comment section? Off to bed, legends. Nearly 10 p.m. here. Good night. Thank you, Devil. Mr. Nico, have a good night's rest. I'll see you a little bit later, I suppose, because I think later tonight you will be waking up again, 5 o'clock in the morning for you, like last night. Thanks for joining the live stream. Much appreciated. Yes, Devil is for a short back to the big point of control for then accumulation to 74, I think. Big point of control 68. Are you talking about this one? Big point of control. Where is the big point of control? Oh, maybe this one. Sorry, I'm stuffing around here on the smaller time frames. Yeah. That's why this zone is interesting for a short. Point of control, most amount of volume. Okay, so you can also see that these high volume nodes, they also give you resistance. So if you're wondering where resistance is to the upside, where there's nice little shorting opportunities, well, you can see it from the volume. Okay, look at how price got rejected there. Reject, fall back to the downside. Then it breaks out. This one got the rejection already. What are the chances of it tapping it twice and getting the rejection? Well, we have to see. I do think it's going to pierce the level a little bit. Okay, next area is that based on this scenario, where I have my red box. Oh, it's the one-to-one extension, by the way. It's the one-to-one extension, $70,000, 416. It aligns with a one-to-one extension. There's no real price action there, but you can see that it did do something over there. Okay, it's also high volume node. So, but like I said, guys, I will pay attention to all those levels. 1.618 is basically this high volume node over here. But yeah, this could definitely play out. But yes, this is the zone where I'm looking for the short. If not here, a little bit higher up. Because I have two scenarios that supports a rejection. One a little bit lower, one a little bit higher. So one is this, and the other one is this one over here, where the first level aligns perfectly with the naked point of control. Also the anchored VWAP. So it's a good zone, guys. It really is a good zone to look for shorts. For me, I'm going to be looking for shorts. And remember, if I do enter a fresh trade, a short, okay, I will share that inside of the community. If you want to be part of the community, that's where the action happens. Send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Because that's where the meat and potatoes happens. Andy is spending his day inside of the community today. He will not be doing a YouTube live stream. Yesterday was a very fun day inside of the community yesterday. I really enjoyed it. Did a private live stream, took 3 trades. And by the way, guys, I thought about it while I was taking my little bit of my break. I want to update my sheet over here. Because I did take a loss today. And I need to be honest about this sheet. Okay. You all know that's how I started the stream. I took a BTC trade. I think I can actually hide that column because I think most of my trades will be BTC. That was an SFP from the 0.9. It was a short. The level was, let me zoom in here. Put that FIP back on. I think it was this one. No. Where did I hide you? There we go. 66,290, 66,290, 66,290. Loss. There's another loss. And I lost $372. Right, and that one will be red. So I will update this as I go along. Obviously, I'm only sharing from the 1st of July. But this is basically what my July looks like so far. There was a big gap from the 1st to the 13th because I was on a break. I didn't trade. But so far, you can see my portfolio is looking very healthy, okay, for the month of July. With all the trades that I've taken. Okay, I also have another, for those of you that are curious, I also have another visual representation of, I like to keep record, because I need to update that as well. I like to keep record of all my trades that I've taken. Okay, and there's a couple of them, but you can see where I took a break. I didn't really trade during this range, but yeah, there's a lot of them. Okay, anyways, I want to go and update this trade. Oh, I do have it here. Got stopped out of this little teeny tiny one here on above with a loss. So when I take a loss, it will have a little crossy. There you go. But the long is still printing here on Bluffin. The long is still printing here on Bluffin. Remember, guys, Bluffin do have an incredible deal. If you are new and you sign up, you use Bluffin, you get 25% discount on your trading fees. Absolutely amazing. Okay. I also have Bluffin. I've got 2-bit. I trade on 2-bit as well. Kraken. I've recently started on Kraken. I'm sure a lot of you know Kraken already. Okay. If you have a Kraken account and you want to join the community, we can transfer your referral. Okay. So you can just... Ooh, what is happening? Alarm is going off. I need to pay attention. I think it's that pivot that we highlighted. It is this little pivot. That one. SFPing from that pivot. Where did I save that line? Did I delete it? There we go. It's not really at my area of interest, but I can attempt, just for the fun of it, for the fun of this live stream. Okay, I'm just going to enter a small little short over there, just for the fun of it. I am seeing the reaction. Okay, I am seeing the reaction. I would like it to pierce a little bit higher, so I'm going to give the stop loss a little bit of breathing room. I'm going to just go in with a small little position, 1% position over here, enter a short just for the fun, for the live stream, so we have a trade running. Or a trade at least during the live stream. I'm going to give my stop loss a little bit of breathing room. I'm going to give it a $500 stop loss. Okay. And I love this partial take. This feature is amazing, guys. Out of all the exchanges that I have used over the years, Bluffin from a UI perspective is mind-blowing. I love this. Do you want to take partial profits? How much do you want to take? It's amazing. I say, no, I want to get stopped out with 100%. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's maybe a big stop loss. Let me just put it down a little bit. Where are you planning to take profits? Okay. Now you can set your profit taking areas as well. Okay. Maybe bounce here above the highs. Right. How much do you want to take? You can toggle it off, entire position or partial position. You can toggle it between those two by selecting that little E over there. I must say, guys, out of all the exchanges, Bluffin really is, from a UI perspective, amazing. It's a trader's dream to trade on Bluffin. Okay. Right, let's see. Just for the fun of it, small little position over here. I am still in the long. That's obviously paying for the stop loss. And, right, just for the fun of it. It's getting the reaction. I like the reaction. I would have preferred a deeper wick, but the area that I'm most interested in is there. So this is why I'm going in light. I'm going in very light. Okay. Usually, on average, I usually go in with $1 million to a $2 million position. You guys can see I entered here with 142,000. Okay. So it's a relatively small position to what I usually use. Just for the fun. I can't believe another hour has passed since I took my 5-minute break. It's already another hour. Can you believe? Devold, when is your channel anniversary? I'm not sure about my channel anniversary because remember, guys, I joined forces with Andy on his channel and we rebranded the channel to Mind Pillar Markets. So I need to check. But I have been doing this since November. Let me see. Guys, I feel so embarrassed now because if I go and show you guys something over here, okay, I go to my studio for my all channel and I go to my content. This is the channel that I used to be on. Do you guys remember this channel? Okay, that's the channel that I used to be on, and then I joined forces with Andy. Various reasons why we did that. It's just better for the both of us. And but what is interesting is if I scroll down, what is the most I can do? I last week I watched my first video that I ever posted. Boy, oh boy, I think, yeah, I must say, I've come a long way. Okay. This one was unlisted. This is where I was by the way, guys, this is where I was practicing so that I can go live. You'll see they're all unlisted. I was just practicing. And then on the 13th of December 2023 is when I published my first video. But I was already working with Andy and the team since October. Okay, I was just in the community, basically. I was spending time in the community, providing analysis. And then Andy and the team was like, Dewald, like, why don't you try going on YouTube? And this is where I tried, okay, practicing on YouTube, because I never saw myself as a YouTuber, ever. I'd never even thought about the idea of starting a YouTube channel until Andy and the team planted the seed. And then that is where I did my first video. 13th of December 2023. I mean, look at my thumbnails, guys. Oh my word. Look at my thumbnails. I had way less gray hair. Right. A trip down memory lane. Yeah, I was still talking about butterflies, harmonic patterns. Okay, trend. There's my D-line strategy. Simple trading strategy. Yeah, I trade the shit out of Solana during that cycle. I remember. I made a lot of money on Solana. Yeah, I started with Elliott wave theory, Christmas update. Anyways, interesting trip down memory lane to see where I started to where I am today. Way more comfortable. You can see how I changed the themes of my thumbnails. Anyways, I never thought I would still be here on YouTube, which I really enjoy now, by the way, guys. I really enjoy YouTube at the moment, you know, providing technical analysis, learning, educating, teaching. I mean, not learning, teaching. I really enjoy teaching people. I never thought that I would enjoy it that much, and I really do. See, Mr. Matt is live here as well. But now I have joined forces here with Andy. Okay. Should I read it? Right. There we go. Always as a reminder, if you want access to our community, that's where the action happens. Send me the word access. You have to send the word access, guys, to activate the bot. Okay. And then it will send you the instructions on how you can join the community. That bot is really smart. It can even have conversations with you. Anyways, right. Also, free tools is the CVD that I'm always watching here. Did I get stopped out of that short? No, I'm still there. Oh, because I have a stop loss that has a little bit of breathing room. Oh, I need to refresh this. Some broken candles inside of the chart. Okay, there we go. It's fixed. Want to refresh this as well. Yeah, there's no bearish CVD with this push here to the upside, so it could get follow through. I actually see bullish CVD, local bullish CVD still forming. Right, not a high probability trade for me, guys. This is why I'm going in light. You can see it by my position size. I'm taking the trade for fun, but it's not a high probability trade for me. Yes, if it gets the rejection, it falls to the downside. Well, at least I make something. But I'm planning to go a little bit heavier up here. That's where I want to go in $1 million, $2 million position. Okay, not here. This is not the greatest level for me. Yes, it is an SFP from the pivot, but I mean, price is so close to the highs. Might as well just take it, then reject. Back below the point of control, anchored VWAP. Okay, that looks way more interesting. That is where Matt, for example, I know you will say that is where he goes in with 3 to 5% of his portfolio. I don't go that aggressive. The most I ever go is 3%. And But yeah, it's your own risk appetite. It's, you know, it's about your own risk appetite and how much you are willing to risk. It's still not in an interesting zone for me to play longs or shorts. So the one that I took now is just for the fun. Like I said, guys, the interesting zones are a little bit further up. That's where I'm looking for bigger swing shorts. What are the target for this short? I did set my TPs already for this trade. I'm basically looking for a bounce above the highs over here. Okay, but these consolidation areas always provide little. So if I go here onto 5-minute time frame, these little consolidation areas are always great profit taking areas. Consolidation, consolidation, consolidation. Okay, I'm basically targeting the highs over here. But make no mistake, if price reverses, okay, that will be a TP area for me, basically sweeping the lows. I love to take profits when price sweeps the highs or the lows. If price sweeps the lows, that's where I love to take profits, and that's what I also shared yesterday in our community. Where was it? When I took that short from the weekly level. It was last night, just before I went to bed. When I took this short, can you guys see that price swept the lows of the consolidation area, and I said I'm taking a bit more profit here at the lows of the consolidation area, and then I'm off to bed. And then I targeted the next support zone, which was the 15-minute order block. It never got there, never got to the 15-minute order block, but I still got stopped out with $2,600 profit because I just follow my trading rules. So based on this scenario, okay, that is always a profit-taking area for me because price might fall down, sweep the liquidity, and bounce back up, and that's what it did yesterday. So if I did not take profits there, I would have gotten stopped out with no money. TP, but I always leave a runner, guys. Although I TP there, I still have a position running. So if it falls down, another TP. Falls down, another TP. Depends on how I want to manage the trade. Leave a runner. Maybe I leave a runner. If it wants to just fall, then I will have a runner running. Okay, but it's not a high probable trade for me, this one, guys. It can reject, but not high probability. That's why I went in light. Because it's not really at my zone of interest. But it's getting the reaction. From a SFP perspective, it is getting the reaction. I just want to see what the 15-minute time frame is doing. It is definitely getting. Let me go through some comments. I'm just checking out something else, ladies and gentlemen. Not sure if you've already pointed this out, the 0. Yes, I have spoken about that on the logarithmic scale. That 0. David Venture 1988, is that your birthday? The year you were born? The 0.382 from the 82k high is only claimed on the logarithmic scale, which is valid. It is a valid level, so it can get a reaction. I would prefer the regular scale to be claimed. Okay, I have seen that. So for those of you that did join a little bit late, because I know, because the live stream is so long, I know there's a lot of new people jumping in and people leaving the live stream. I can see that here on the feed on YouTube. I can see people are jumping in and out. Okay, but basically it is this little FIP pool. from the high to the low, you can see from a confluence perspective on the regular scale, can you guys see regular scale? Okay, there's confluence there for a rejection. Okay, let me just switch off the magnet because it's stuffing around. There's confluence there where I'm looking for the short. When I flip to logarithmic, you will see that the 0.382 is already tapped. It is not really at the zone where I'm looking for the short. So I like the regular scale more. I like that one more. Because I also have point of control. Now that's basically the only level that I have there to the upside. I don't think there's, if I remember correctly, there's no weekly levels, there's no daily levels, there's no monthly levels. I have a naked point of control. There's another one over there. That's why I put the box in there, because there's two naked point of controls above the range. There's the 0.382. There's the anchored VWAP. It's the point of control of the entire range. So this is, I know it's a big zone, but I will keep the community up to date if I jump into a short over here. And how I jump into the short, how I'm managing my risk, where I'm taking profits, that's where I update the community. Okay, if you want to be part of the community, as always, just send me the word access and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join if you don't want to miss out on any of the action while I'm not on YouTube, because Andy is spending his day inside of the community. Now, to me, this looks way more interesting than price forming a lower high, getting so close to the highs. I am positioned. You guys saw I did take a mini trade over here. So if it wants to fall, let it fall. I'll still make money. But this is the zone where I'm way more interested. Even if price does this and it flies back to the upside, I can make money with that move because of how I manage my trades. I know even if it's a small pullback, I can make a lot of money. Right. Still in profits from the long, from further down. Tempted to small little short over here. Obviously, I'm nicely hedged. So, you know, if I do get stopped out here, the long is basically paying the stop loss, which is fine. It's only $500 or $387. And, yeah, let's see how this unfolds. Right. What I'm going to do with my next break, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm just going to run through all the scenarios. I'm going to take a break because I want to go and make myself something to eat, a smoothie. It's going to take me hopefully 5 minutes to make my smoothie. I need to get something in my body to eat. And then when I come back, I will do a recap of all the scenarios for this little structure in terms of what I see happening over here. Okay, we'll do a recap in terms of what is this, a ABC? Is it a WXY? Is there guaranteed? Well, nothing's ever guaranteed, but what does the structure favor at the moment from a bullish and a bearish case perspective? I will do a little bit of a recap. It has been almost 3 hours and 45 minutes. I skipped my previous break. And I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I just need to make myself something to eat. I will see you guys in 5 minutes. I'll leave you with some music and put on the little... Where is it? Where's my text? Back in 5 minutes. Okay. There we go. I need to go and make my traders shake. And I'll share with you guys how I make that when I come back.
There's something moving underneath the silence. You can't stop it, you can't see it.
There's a spark you can't control. No face, no throne, no single soul. No crown, no king, no guarded gate. Just coded rhythm, rewriting fate. They don't trust what they can't hold. They fear what they can't control. But every system once began as something small no one would stand. They laughed at fire when it was stone. Now whole cities glow from what was thrown. Every empire starts unseen. Every future starts a dream.
It's rising, it's breathing through the cracks in the ceiling.
You can doubt it, you can fight it,
but you won't stop the feeling. There's an invisible fire burning under the ground. You can't cage the wire, you can't shut it down. We are rising higher, no walls around. What you can't see now will shake this town. It's burning brighter. No turning back now.
yeah. It don't knock, it flows through cracks. Built by hands that turn their backs. No permission, no applause. No signature from broken laws. They building towers made of glass. I'm building shadows built to last. They measure worth in what they see. I measure mine in legacy. Call it risky, call it strange. Every revolution looks that way. What they mock today is small. Tomorrow stands 10 stories tall.
It's growing, it's glowing, even when you don't know it.
It's silent.
But violent, and nothing can control it. There's an invisible fire burning through the sound. You can doubt desire, but you can't drown the ground. We are climbing higher, feet off the ground. What you can't see now will turn this world around.
I've been doubted, I've been tested. Watch belief get dissected. Watch fear spread contagious fast. But truth don't break it out last. When pressure don't erase the flame, it only teaches it to aim. And when the dark feels permanent,
That's when the spark turns permanent. There's an invisible fire burning us now. You can't pull the wire, you can't shut it down. We are rising higher, we won't bow. What you can't see now will own this ground. It's burning brighter. We're walking through the fire. No walls can hold us now.
There we go. I'm back. He walks away. Just reading this comment. He walks away when price is at VWAP. No, it's not at VWAP yet. It's not at VWAP. Come on. Right. Sorry guys, that took a little bit longer than I wanted to because I was making my smoothie and then it takes a little bit of time to put it together. But yeah, I now need to consume my smoothie while I wait for this potential trade to play out. It looks like I might take this trade live here inside of the stream, depending on how price reacts. I do want to highlight the disclaimer again. Remember guys, I'm simply sharing with you how I approach and trade the markets. If you do not know why I am taking a trade and how I'm managing my trade, don't do it. Okay? Because sometimes people will take a trade just for the sake that I took the trade. And often what happens is I get stopped out at break even sometimes with a small little profit, and then the other person blows a hole in their account because they don't know why. They don't understand the concept of why, how to manage the risk. And I know there's a lot of experienced traders inside of this community. I know that for a fact. So I know you guys will manage your positions well. I would like, and I don't always get what I like and what I want, but I would like price to smack that 0.382 and then get the rejection. That's what I would like to see. Tap the damn FIP level, claim the high. That is a little bit aggressive over there to front run a Fibonacci level unless it pulls back in a three-way structures and then it smacks it later on. Okay, so I don't know if I want to go through all the scenarios now again because price is approaching an interesting area of a potential short that I'm looking at. Okay, one of the scenarios. Where is that? Where did I save it? Guys, I've messed up my folders with all the scribbles and drawings over here, so just give me a while to find my feet. Invalidation for the scenario has just been claimed. That's what I wanted to check. Okay, guys, I'm sure I got stopped out of that little short. Yeah, I got stopped out of that short. I told you guys I'm not confident in that trade. That's why I went in so light. Okay, just did it for the fun. That short was not a high confidence trade for me. So I'm going to delete that line. I just want to clean up the chart a little bit over here. Okay, in this scenario, just quickly want to go through the scenario. It has been invalidated. Where I was basically counting this as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 1-to-1 extension is an invalidation for the fifth wave because the fifth wave is not allowed to be longer than the third wave. And as soon as it tapped the 1-to-1 extension, which means it's now officially longer than the third wave, so this scenario is in the bin. This is a scenario that I highlighted this morning in the community as well. It's to say that, guys, well, if price is going to form a leading diagonal, I want to see a three-wave corrective structure, then continuation back to the upside. It got the rejection at the 0.786, got the rejection at the 0.618, and this is a reactionary zone at the 1-to-1 extension as well. So although the fifth wave got invalidated, the FIP level is still valid. Okay, but it's not the zone where I want to short. It is getting the reaction. It is getting the reaction, and usually that is a trade that I will consider. Okay, because I know how I manage my trades. I can be wrong and get stopped out with profits, but the zone that I'm interested in is a little bit further up. We are in short territory. Yes, Chef Money. Yes, we are in short territory. Okay, do not long. Yeah, I cannot. I mean, I think I spent a good half an hour telling people why I'm not longing here. The long should have been taken from further down, unless you are scalping the 1 minute time frame and you can do it responsibly, applying a trading strategy. This is more interesting for shorts here at the moment for me personally. Remember, I'm just sharing with you how I approach the markets. Okay. You need to follow your own trading plan. Okay, bullish CVD look like it's drying up. It does look like the bullish CVD is starting to dry up. But remember what I also said, guys, when I was focusing here on the smaller time frames. I did say that I expect the highs to be chopped because of this. Because of this, I expect the highs to be chopped. Okay. Maybe it's going to do it a couple more times, but I want to see the same mess. I want to see this over here, which I am seeing now at least here at the top. Yeah, this fifth wave is invalidated. Oh, it's interesting. On the smaller time frames, the anchored VWAP jumps to much lower. If I go to the 15 minute, it's much higher. I'm on the regular scale. Just want to see what happens if I switch to log. No, it's the same. Okay. But yeah, that is definitely a just want to check something with this scenario. Number three just keeps on pushing. Come on, you can do it. Go up. It's also at that 1-to-1 extension. No, you need to go there. $786 got the rejection, 1-to-1 got the reaction. So next level is the 1.236. Okay, this one looks way better for me. Yeah, it's still not in a shorting zone for me. If it front runs, then it front runs. I will wait for the rejection and then I'll short the pullback. Yes, there is an ABC scenario in an ending diagonal. So there is ABC left scenario. Yes, Ulifi, there is an ABC left scenario where C basically ends in an ending diagonal. So while price is still not in the zone where I'm interested in the short, this can be Now, let's discuss this scenario quickly. Just want to go here on the 15-minute time frame. It basically means the correction came to an end over here. The correction came to an end over there. And this could be the C wave to the upside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then it rejects. Or it forms a three-wave corrective structure. And this is 1, 2 and it forms a bigger C to the upside. 3, 4, 5, and then C just moves up. But this is a zone where the C wave can reject. What I would like to see in this scenario, looking at this structure, I need to take that fib out the way because this is the wrong fib for this scenario. Ish. I just want to see locally what is happening. Wave 1, 2, 1-to-1 extension. I mean, if it's going to be a third wave, you would actually expect a little bit more upwards momentum. You want to see a little bit of upwards momentum if this is going to be a wave 3. Then I want to see 4, 5 grabs the liquidity above, and then that could be the end of your C wave up there. So it's no guarantee that the rejection is going to happen here based on this scenario, based on this structure that could form over here. In the ending diagonal, yes, there's a chance for a rejection. Why do I have so many fib pools? Delete that. Okay. In this scenario, the 0.618 could get the rejection. So what could happen here is it either pushes up directly from here, it SFPs that line where I will be looking for the short, okay, or it turns around from where it is right now and it does that, and then it pushes up to complete the C wave. I don't know what's going to happen, but if price gets to my area of interest, I can pay attention. Okay. Remember, guys, the way that I approach the markets is shared inside of the community. Andy is also inside of the community today. When I'm not on YouTube, I'm inside of the community. That's where I share everything I do from a trading perspective. Yesterday, 3 trades. Those 3 trades were taken yesterday in the community. You can see, for me, it was profitable. Very profitable, because I still have the long running from the daily level, which is this trade over here. Okay, there was a daily level right over here. So that long, all the way to where price is now at the moment, is this one, still running. And then I have the one on Bluffin, also still running, but that one's from lower down, $62,000. Took a small loss yesterday, $54, break even basically. And then this little fun trade that I took here inside of this long live stream, 370. But you can try, you guys can see I'm trying my best as a technical trader, and that's my job, to keep my losses small and my wins big. That's my job. How little can I lose when I'm wrong, and how much can I make when I'm right? It's not about nailing every single trade. It's about managing your risk. For me, it's about managing my risk so that I keep on seeing the rates small. Maybe there'll be a couple of more rates yet to the downside, but as long as they are smaller than the wins, that's how I stay profitable as a trader. And these are all the trades that I've taken so far since the 1st of July. Doom, 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 doom. So, what can I say, guys? Price is just not in a zone where I'm interested in anything. I'm not interested in a short. I'm not interested in a long. I'm just enjoying the profits from the longs that I'm already in, but now I'm interested in a short. So let's go through some comments. Point of control of this entire range since February. Yes, that is where the red line is. All the liquidity is to the downside. Yeah, what would be nice, what would be really, really nice is, I would love for this scenario to play out. Price rejects at the point of control, basically the zone. Okay. It comes back down. It sweeps the liquidity below the lows. It bounces maybe on the value area low, and then it goes back up. Now that would be sexy. Because, beautiful trade. And then definitely at the bottom of the range is where I'm looking for longs again. Okay, because price, on the bigger scale of things, price could form a larger WXY here to the upside. If this is a B, C here to the upside, that could be a W. It forms a X and it goes back up for a Y. Forms a larger three-wave structure. I don't know what, no one knows, guys. It's not just me, okay? No one knows what price is going to do. It's about identifying a trading opportunity at specific levels and executing it with the best risk management that you can. I'm already positioned in my longs. If price wants to shoot in the most bullish case scenario, price just pushes up. It doesn't pull back, okay? But if this rejection does take place, that is a beautiful trade. That's a beautiful trade. I will be looking for longs at the bottom again. This is where I'm looking for longs, okay, in this zone. This is where I'm looking for shorts. If price pushes up, then no short for me, or I get stopped out with a small loss, but I'm still benefiting from the long that I took over here on bluffing. Let me just make sure. Where's that long? Yes, that's where the long is on bluffing. And remember, guys, I don't have to trade every day. I'm waiting for a setup that makes sense for me. And sometimes a setup that makes sense for me gets front run. Then I wait for the next trade. But it's a game of patience. Trading for me is a game of patience. It really tests your patience. Because sometimes you're waiting for a setup. And then price does completely something that you did not expect. And you're like, oh man, now I have to wait for the next set. And you wait. Sometimes I trade every day during the week, at least one trade a day. And then there are weeks where I place 2 trades or 1 trade the entire week. It happens, but I'm not going to force a trade for the sake of just trading. The little scalp short that I took over here, I told everyone it was just for fun. I went in very light. It was a fun little trade just to see what happens. But I wasn't confident in it, and I'm sure you guys saw I wasn't confident in that short. And that's why I went in light. Otherwise, I would have gone in way heavier. But what I do want to do is pull this to the bottom. So that if price gets there, I want to be able to watch the charts and execute the trade. Because when I'm getting ready for a big trade, guys, I can't take chances. I need to do this properly. When price gets there, I need to be able to see my exchange and watch the trading view chart and make a trading decision. For me to jump between screens is not how I want to take this trade. I will share it with everyone after I've taken the trade. But it's not ready yet. It's not ready. Just another bull trap. Yes, this is why I'm not Bokadr. And this is why I'm not longing here. Okay, long should have been taken down. If you're inside of the community, you could be positioned very well in a long from further down. At the gym legends, Mr. A Trader, I know you love your gym every single day. If Walsh does not raise the rate, it is valid bull run, but it is too early to be sure. Now, there's no high impact news, guys. I checked it out. There's no high impact news this week. The whole week, there's nothing. High impact news is next week, Monday. You can see this is next week, Monday, and this was last week, Friday, 17th. There's nothing. There's nothing this week. No high impact news. So yes, maybe some other countries have some high impact news, but I have noticed, or I have seen, that US news, high impact news, moves the market. Usually when it's other countries, it's a nothing burger, most often. That's why I only look at US news. Deal, in the case of the ABC scenario, I think this could be a swing short. Yes, exactly. This is why I'm looking for a short in the zone. Okay, but I'm very aware of the bullish case scenario. I just want to make that clear. I'm very aware of the bullish case scenario where price basically just continues to the upside. Bullish case scenario is, let me do that fresh, is a 1, just keeping it simple. Okay, you have an A, B, C in a 2, A, B, C in 2, yeah, running flat. And now price it's getting ready. That's the most bullish case scenario. Is that price slices through this naked point of control like a hot knife through butter, and it goes to the value area high. Just in simple terms. So no reaction, it goes. And this is why I need to be very paying attention to how I'm going to play this short responsibly, so that I don't burn a hole in my portfolio and then you guys see on here 20k loss or a 30k loss. No, I don't want to do that. Okay, I don't want to do that. But this is the most bullish case scenario, just to keep it simple. I'm not going to go into the internal structures, but this could be your 1, 2, maybe it's building up 1, 2s, and it's kind of 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5 here to the upside. It basically repeats this mess here to the upside. 3-wave correction, back up, okay? But then this could also be an A, a B, and a C. And it does not do that. Interesting short, because this rejection could take the low again. Could. Doesn't have to, but it could. But that could also be a W. And, you know, you double move up, you form a X, and it goes back up for Y. Don't know what's going to happen, but I'm definitely going to be paying attention to the areas of confluence in those zones that I've identified for potential rejection. Remember, guys, my personal trades are shared inside of the community. If you want to be part of the community, send me the word access. Can you guys see that? There's my Telegram. And I'll send you the instructions on how you can join the community. Because this long, okay, this long was taken yesterday inside of the community. Or I shared it inside of the community. Also the short, but you guys can see how I managed my risk. And this short was also taken last night in the community. Got stopped out with profits. And then this was the fun trade of today. So yes, this bullish case scenario could get insane here to the upside. If it's an ABC, okay, and this is why I'm giving the bears the benefit of the doubt, this is going to form an A, B, and a C. It can end here. It doesn't have to go that high. It can end here. First target for this scenario, which is not common to see, I must be honest, it's not common to see this, but it's valid. Fib from the high, from the low to the, whoops, there's magnets. Try this again. From the low to the high to this low. Okay, 0.618 is a C wave target. 786 C wave target. 1 to 1. C waves have many targets. Third wave also have many targets, but the nice thing about the third wave is they most commonly go to the 1.618. The C wave can also get there. The only difference is C wave is a 3-wave structure. The C wave is a 3-wave structure. It doesn't matter how high it goes. An impulse corrects and takes the high again. Then the retracement becomes interesting for long. But if it doesn't do that, this is a beautiful short all the way back to the bottom of the range. Right, so what's it going to be? And now the thing is, I don't know where the C wave, that's now the first target. And this is where I'm looking for the first short. I'm just trying to see something here. This could also be a WXY where the 0. So it's a better target for a WXY. I'm just trying to see. Okay, this could be a W. X Y. Just want to see something here. Because for a Y wave, this is a very common target. So it just adds to, it's still an interesting zone to look for a short. If it's an ABC, it's not a common C wave target, but it is a very common Y wave target, the 0.618 in a WXY. So still an interesting zone for me for a short. This could be an A, B, C in a W, a complex corrective structure in a X, maybe another WXY inside of a X, W, A, B, C, maybe that's A, B, C, W, X. Oh, this magnet is stuffing up everything. Maybe that's a W, X, Y. A, B, C in a Y to complete your X wave. And then A, B, C here to the upside to complete Y. A possibility, definitely a possibility. Or X moves over there in that triangle, which means the fib needs, you guys can see it's not always easy, but it does give me levels that I need to pay attention to. But I do have this scenario if it moves a little bit higher. For now, I'm just going to leave it there. I just want to use my magnet to snap that back, because it is the first zone where I'm looking for a potential short. So it doesn't really matter, guys. There's just something, I know I might be confusing some people with the scenarios. Where do you put the fib? Is it this pivot? Is it that pivot? Is it a WXY? Is it an ABC? Is it 1, 2, 3? What the hell is this guy talking about? I know it could get confusing. Let me keep it simple. Price, okay, let's go to the 4-hour. Price is approaching resistance. That's it. It's as simple as that. price is approaching resistance. And I'm looking for a short at resistance. That's it. I have Elliott wave scenarios confirming that that could be a rejection point as well. So it gives me an extra layer of confidence that that could be a rejection point. Next area of resistance is, there's a lot of volume nodes, but the big one is over there, which is the one-to-one extension, if I'm not mistaken. But there's always that high probability. I'm not sure, guys. There's always a high probability if this level gets smacked, if it breaks through the point of control, it increases the probabilities to go to the value area high. So yes, that could be a reactionary trade. Maybe it pushes through, it rejects, bounce again, and then it goes to the value area high. And then price forms a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5-wave structure to the upside. But I mean, it's just, guys, it's just speculation, okay? That's all it is at the moment. I'm looking for a short at resistance. It's as simple as that. And I have Elliott wave scenarios that supports that that area could get a rejection. Oof. The bulls are pushing price here to the upside. Absolutely fantastic. And although I'm looking for a short, I'm still making money from the long, so I'm very happy with the profits that I'm making here to the upside. Ooh, I dragged my exchange to the downside as price is pushing up. Okay, I'm still very happy with the profit. Why are you not dragging? Still very happy with the profits that I'm making here to the upside from the long that was shared inside of our community. Remember, I do share what I do from a day trading perspective inside of the community. If I'm not on YouTube, I'm inside of the community. Andy is inside of the community today, sharing some scenarios. And if you want to be part of the community, it's as simple as sending me the word access to my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how to join. I know I always get a lot of questions. Well, Devold, what are the requirements to join the community? There's a lifetime fee that you can pay. You pay a once-off lifetime fee and you can gain access to the community. There's a monthly subscription. Or the one that most people prefer is that you sign up with one of the links down below to trade with. You make a minimum deposit of $500. That's your money to trade with. And we give you access to the community. You'll also keep your access. You will also get continued access to the free tools that I use from a CVD, economic calendar, bubbles, what else? Fear and greed. Everything is in there that I use from a day trading perspective. Okay, it's basically this tool that I've just showed everyone. I just want to go back here to CVD. In my opinion, it's one of the better CVD tools out there. Okay, because it actually shows you bullish and bearish divergence without you having to know how to read it exactly. So it helps you if you don't know how to read it. I don't need the lines to see whether it's bullish or bearish because I've been using it without the lines for years. Okay, but for the people that struggle, it's already showing you that there's some bearish CVD forming as prices pushing up here, local bearish CVD. And but I mean, it looks like most of the bearish CVD on the way up just got invalidated. So you can see that bullish CVD is taking priority at the moment. Which means that that area is that's where I'm looking for the damn short. I'm looking for the damn short over there. Okay, that's it. That's it. As simple as that. While price is pushing up there, I just want to get my levels ready. I want that one. I want I really want the high to be claimed before I will consider a short. I really want the high to be claimed. Okay, point of control. Let me mark out the point of control. Make that red. So I can take this out the way. Don't need that. And I want this Fibonacci. There's a specific Fibonacci level. 1-to-1 extension. Not that one. Why is this one here? Delete. That one needs to stay. Let me put this at the top. Anchored VWAP is already there. That's the high. Don't need that. I have discussed that. ABC. Yeah. Just want to get my Fibonacci levels ready here, guys. Okay, I already have the levels that I'm most interested in. There's just another specific one that I'm looking for, and it gives me the opportunity to clean up my folders as well. Take those two out. That's the most insane bullish case scenario. No, not that one. Don't need that one. Just want to clean up all of this stuff, because as I'm talking, guys, I forget to delete the things and it's just messing up my folder. So I'm just now deleting whatever I don't need. What is this? 15-minute order block. I can put that back. I don't need that. Oh, this was still... Oh, 4-hour order block. Beautiful bounce at the 4-hour order block. That is where I took this long. That is where I took that long, from the order block. That little green line over there. Obviously not valid anymore. Range high. Range high. Yeah, that's the range high. Oh, that is an interesting level, which I'm going to keep. Definitely keeping that. But I don't need all the other mess. I just need that level. And guys, yeah, sorry if I'm boring you, but this is typically what I go through when I'm looking for a trade. Okay, clean up my folders, make sure that I have my levels ready. I'm just now taking the opportunity to also delete some other stuff that I don't need anymore, because my folders is a little bit of a mess as I've been talking here on this live stream. So I just want to clean it up. That looks way better. Way better. Okay, what is this? That's the FIP extension that I was looking for. Now that I've cleaned up my folders, I can find my stuff. Okay. I'm basically looking for this. Or an ABC, it doesn't matter. Okay. Looking for that 1-to-1 extension. 1-to-1, 0.618. 0.382 from the 82k low, 0.382. A little bit further up, you have the 786 together with the range high. I love the range high strategy. Okay. When price fell, it formed a range. The first high that it created is an SFP level together with a 0.786. So I don't know how punchy it's going to get here to the upside, but this is the zone where I'm now looking for the short. I would prefer the high to be swept. To be honest with you, I would prefer the high to be swept. I'm very aware of the bullish case scenario. I'm very aware of that. And this is why I don't want to do a trade like this and target the lows. I don't want to do this because I'm very aware of this bullish case scenario. I would rather play an SFP over there, get stopped out, play an SFP over there, get stopped out, play an SFP over there, and maybe price rejects over there, and then it falls to the downside. I'd rather get stopped out playing swing failure patterns and take small losses than take a big knock like that. Right. What settings do you use in your VWAP? You mean my anchored VWAP? I don't think I used any settings. I don't think I changed anything here on the anchored VWAP. I think I just made the line thicker. That's all I did. I just made the line thicker. But if I want to be more precise, I can make it thin, but I just want everyone to see it clearly on the YouTube screen. You know, if you're watching me from a phone or from you on a PC, then at least you can see the line better. Okay, what I want to do is I want to take this line out the way so that I can see my levels crystal clear. So now you can see, based on how I've prepared my trading plan, I want to see a rejection there. I want price to push up and reject. I don't even mind entering a little bit late, but I need to know where to put my stop loss. Or I miss the rejection. There's a couple of ways in which I can trade it to get confirmation. Price rejects and it falls in a 5-wave structure. And then I short over there. But then I have confirmation for a 5-wave move to the downside. So that's a confirmation trade. An aggressive trade is taking the short over here, which takes experience. Okay. Or I don't do anything over here and I just say, well, I'm not going to take this trade unless the 0.382 gets smacked and I want the highs to be claimed. So I'm not doing anything over here. But what could happen is price does reject and then it goes and it smacks that level. And I could have made money with that move. But I don't mind missing trades to get the short that I'm really eyeing. So it's up to you as a trader at the end of the day, how you want to trade, when you want to trade, because every time you're opening up a trade, you're exposing your cash to risk. Right. Let's go through some more comments over here. Let's wait for the certain, as Devil says. Dag sê Dewald, thanks for the good analysis. Put, absolute pleasure, Sebastian. Absolute pleasure, man. Dewald, can you please show where exactly you look to short? Shrot? You look to shrot? It's important. I've just showed. The level that I would personally like to short the most is above the highs. Can't make that clear enough. I would personally like to short above the high, where the 0.382 looks the best for me. It's the closest Fibonacci level that I have. If I switch on all my levels, point of control, okay, there's nothing else above there. Yeah, then that the closest levels that I have from a volume perspective is a little bit above the 0.382. But this, okay, let me just take that out first. I want to just drag this up a bit. This zone for me is the most interesting shorting zone because it grabs all of the liquidity above the highs. So people that shorted over here, where did they put their stop losses? Above the high. And what often happens is people are expecting where in the bear market price is going to whoop, just continue to $40,000. And then it doesn't continue to $40,000 and it comes back up. They did not take profits. Okay, these shorters did not take profits. Their stop losses are lying here. They're hoping for price to form a lower high and roll back down, and then they get stopped out. And this is why above the highs for me is always the best short. Above the high, swing failure from the high. And this is why I'm looking at the levels above. I do realize that price could front run, and it rejects there at the 0.618, which still begs the question is, I think even with a pullback, it might still do that. So I might miss that trade to get the bigger trade, depending on how price reacts at this level. It's just technically the highs are always for me a better shorting opportunity. And at which folder did you now save all that damn scribble? Okay, there we go. So the zone above the highs for me does look more attractive for the short. For the bigger short, yes, it could reject, like I said a million times, it could reject here, three-wave down, and it pushes back up. Okay, and this structure forms a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Most bullish case scenario, it just goes, it doesn't stop. Okay, the price starts slicing like a hot knife through butter. Range high, it's very close to the 0.786. Now, I'm not even going to pay attention to that level right now. Okay, so let's clean up the chart a little bit over here. Dum-dum-dum. I don't need that right now. And then for some reason I deleted that other fib because I'm messing around. But it's no problem, I can put it back. So that is the plan, ladies and gentlemen. Easy squeezy, lemon squeezy. I don't know how they say that. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Okay, I'm going to make this solid so it stands out. Let's make that solid so it stands out. That's like a major fib level that I'm currently watching. It's the 0.382. You can even make that a little bit thicker so it pops out a little bit more. And I can make this one thinner. Right, there we go. But that is the shorting zone that I'm currently watching. Most bullish case scenario, remember guys, is this is a 1, a 2, and price continues in a third wave. I want to see volume increasing. If this is going to form an explosion to the upside, okay, in a wave 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I want to see volume increasing. Volume for the moment is decreasing. And this is why the short is interesting. There's no volume to support a guard candle at the moment based on current price action. Right. What if the lull is in? I have discussed that. Then I'm positioned. If the low is in, I'm positioned in longs, baby. And then I'm just going to ride the momentum here to the upside. I am positioned. I don't have the lowest entry from a long perspective, But if it wants to shoot like a rocket here to the upside, I'm going to tell you now that, you know, if it wants to go up in that third wave, I'm going to make a nice boat of money. A nice chunk of money. Nice chunk of money. Sorry guys, I have been on this live stream for almost 5 hours, so I do feel like I am not talking straight anymore. Okay. Trading is educated guessing, yes, at areas of confluence in execution with great risk management. That is what myself and Andy love to talk about and preach and teach, is that it's not our technical analysis that makes us great. It's how we execute the trades. It's how little can I lose when I'm wrong, and how much can I make when I'm right. That is what makes me profitable. It's not how good my technical analysis is. It is my execution of my trades and management of my trades that makes me a successful trader. And it's an interesting question. Would you rather follow someone on YouTube that sucks at technical analysis, but they are milking the profits? Or would you follow someone that's great at technical analysis, but they can't trade for shit? They liquidating their accounts. Which person are you going to follow if you had to choose between one? I would rather follow the person that's making money, because I will try and figure out, why is this person making money even if his technical analysis sucks? Maybe it's easier than what I thought. Maybe I don't have to be an Elliott wave counter or an Elliottician. Maybe it's as simple as just, what is that person doing? You know, for me, I would rather follow the person that makes money than the person that's great at something and he doesn't make money. Well, that's just my preference. You might have a different preference, right? New York open in 2 minutes. Yeah, it's already open. Just read the comment 2 minutes too late. Yeah, TA seems like the easy part, the risk management and psychology, is the hard part. Sebastian, yes, 100%. I couldn't agree with you more. Yeah, I think you've nailed it, like on the head. People most often think it's the technical analysis that's the difficult part. It's psychology, it's fear and greed, it's over-risking, it's revenge trading, it's FOMOing, it's all of that stuff that gets people wrecked. That's what used to get me wrecked in the beginning. Oh shit, I missed the trade, let me FOMO in. Oh shit, now it went against me, I shouldn't have FOMOed in. Oh, everyone's talking about this altcoin, let me buy some. Oh crap, they rug pulled me. You know, it's... I've been there. Ding, ding, ding. Right, but it's at the end of the day, it's looking for a trade at high confluence zones. How much confluence can you build at a zone, okay, to make a trading decision with great risk management? Now guys, price might not get there. Maybe it's just going to chop here sideways. Volume is decreasing. The markets have opened 2 minutes ago. New York session has opened 2 minutes ago. What is CVD doing? Still bullish. Still forming bullish CVD with each pullback. So I'm not seeing weakness just as yet. So it could still grind here to the, to the upside. Remember, I keep the community up to date with all my trades. Andy is spending his day inside of the community. I just want to see what Andy is up to inside of the community. Okay, I'm sure he's posting some great analysis as well, because Andy is spending his day inside of the community, so he will not do a YouTube live stream today. Yeah, I mean, you know, Andy has shared quite a couple of, and a video update today inside of the community. If you want to be part of the community, not to miss out on any action, okay, send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. You also have the free tools that I'm using here, CVD, economic calendar, CVD, footprint chart. It's gonna go live soon. The footprint chart. I know a lot of people have been asking for this one. Fear and greed, breaking news, calculators for calculating your risk management, bubbles, drawdown from all-time high. Tim, and I know between myself, Matt, and Andy, we use most of these tools. Okay, there's also a little learning section, but it's basically everything that we use from a day trading perspective. And that is this link down here. It's free for now, but one of the requirements in future, if you want to maintain free access to these tools, is that you have to sign up with one of my links. Okay. So it's free for now, but it's not going to be for long. Wow, I'm 4 hours late. Wow, I'm 4 hours late. Harmonic Fisherman, only 4 hours late, almost 5 hours late. Okay, your strategy, Gerald, is the right way to go. Price goes your way. Take something off the table and secure position. Don't count on swing trade every time you get in. Yes, that is my biggest mistake. Yes, and for me, guys, I have received this question, and my answer might be slightly different to what other people are saying. Okay, when I swing trade, I use the same amount of capital. Then when I would place a day trade, for example, I would never go above 3%. So maybe one could argue I go in a little bit heavier with a swing trade, but I never go over 3%. 1 to 3%, depending on the confidence of the trade. I will go 1%, 2%, 3% max. That's it. Typically with my swing, typically with my SFPs, my SFP strategy, I can go in with smaller positions, okay, less than 1% that I usually go in. And sometimes they turn into a swing trade. But I think there's that misconception that when you swing trade, you go in heavy. Like 50%, I don't know what heavy means for some people. Maybe it's 50% of your entire portfolio at 5x leverage, whatever the case might be. But I don't go in heavy when I do a swing trade, guys. I still stick to my risk management rules. Okay. A quick reminder about, yes, big fan, yes. 3% with how much leverage? Leverage doesn't matter, it's position size. Happy-go-lucky, no. Happy-go-lucky, okay. For me, it does not matter how much leverage you use. It's position size that matters. Because it's position size that gets you wrecked. It's how much of your portfolio that you risk with the leverage that you attached to it. Because if you risk 1% of your portfolio at 200x leverage and you get liquidated at isolated, but mind you, you play isolated, you only liquidate 1% of your portfolio. If you go in with 100% of your portfolio at 100x leverage, that's stupid. So leverage does not matter because you don't know how much leverage a person has applied to what percentage of their portfolio. Guys, I can open up 100x position, 150x position. I don't even know if it's going to allow me to do that. High leverage, please trade with caution. Okay. I have a position open already. Okay. But I can open up 150x position with 1% of my capital. And then people go, oh my God, that person used 150x leverage. But it was with 1% of my portfolio. So if I get liquidated, I only lose 1% of my portfolio. And I always say, guys, because I think a lot of people, when they start out, they think leverage is this thing that makes you money. Yes, it can get you wrecked if you use it irresponsibly, but you never know when someone's showing off a trade on YouTube, but they show you the P&L and the percentage, okay, and it shows 2,000% in profits because they use 200x leverage. You do not know how much money they put behind that leverage. It could be a $1 trade. Maybe they placed $51 trades and they pick the one that wins, and then that's the one that they use to show off. That's what I don't like about some YouTube influencers, and they've been caught out, okay? They put $1 behind a trade, they play 50 trades and they show the winning one. But there's only $1 behind that 200x leverage. I show my P&L, I keep record of it on an Excel spreadsheet. I show you guys the trade that I'm in, there's real money behind it. I share this inside of the community as often as I can when I enter new trades, where I'm taking profits, where I put my stop losses. That's all shared inside of the community. You can send me the word access to my Telegram if you want to join, because that's where the action happens. But leverage and a P&L shot, these little P&L shots, guys, these little P&L shots, I never share them, ever. It's great so that people, you know, Maria also always tells people in the community, share your P&L shot so we can celebrate with you, which is perfectly fine, okay? But you do not know, by looking at this, you do not know how much money is behind this trade. You do not know. Just by looking at this, unless I activate and I show the P&L here as well. So don't be fooled by people's P&L shots, by the percentages. Don't be fooled. Because you could see great P&L shots from some people and they're still losing money. Leverage doesn't matter, it's position size. And position size is leverage times how much capital did you take from your portfolio to execute that trade. I don't think there's anyone, from what I have seen, maybe you guys know about other people, that preaches about risk management the way that me and Andy does. Okay, if I'm going to enter, let's say I enter a trade here at the 0.618, okay, and my stop, oops, let me take the magnet out, and let me just redo this, and my stop loss is 1% away. Okay, 1%. Can you guys see? 1% stop loss. And let's say I'm targeting the low over here. Just for argument's sake, this is the trade that I'm going to take. Let's just play this out. My stop loss determines how much capital I can use for this trade. So this means, because my stop loss, let me just switch this on. Okay, let me switch this on so it stays on. Always show, right? So my stop loss, which is 1% away, determines how much capital I can use for this trade. Because my stop loss is 1% away, it means that I can risk 100% of my capital. At 1x leverage. So I can trade with 100% of all of my capital at 1x leverage, and if I get stopped out, I will only lose 1%. If my risk appetite is 2% for this trade, then it means I can risk 100% of my capital at 2x leverage, and I will lose 2% if I get stopped out. You get the deal. 3%, 3x leverage. That's the easiest way to calculate your risk management based on how far your stop loss is, how much position you need to apply, or how much position I apply behind my trades. Risk management is so important to stay profitable in this game, guys. Okay, obviously, the more you risk, the more percentage of your portfolio you use and expose. Because if you're going to risk 10% for this trade, okay, if your stop loss is 1% away, let's say that's your stop loss, and you risking 10% of your entire portfolio at 100x leverage, you're gonna lose a big chunk of your portfolio if you get stopped out. And it's very difficult to recover from a loss like that, because if you take a 10, 20, 30% knock on your portfolio, you have to win a lot of trades after that to get that money back, just to break even again before you then turn profitable again. And that's the problem. People want to make money so fast. They want to make money now. They want to double their accounts now. They don't understand that small little wins accumulate. It adds up. It adds up. I'd rather take small little wins than a big loss. Any day of the week, I'd rather take 3 small winning trades and one small loss, or small wins and small losses. Then try and gun for that big win, because that big win is going to get you in trouble. And guys, I'm saying this from experience. I used to do that. I used to be there. I have liquidated accounts in my life. I'm sure we all have, from a trading perspective. I have liquidated accounts. I have FOMO'd into trades. I've bought the wrong altcoins. I didn't diversify my portfolio. I made all of those trading mistakes. I've risked too much per trade, and then you lose a trade, and then it takes you 10 trades just to get that money back. And then worst case scenario is you start revenge trading and you blow a bigger hole in your account, and you're like, oh shit, what now? Okay. Trading is a business at the end of the day. And you need to treat it like a business, with the respect that it deserves and with the rules that it deserves. Back from the gym. Did BTC catch a pump? Sorry guys, that was my little preaching session for the day. I get very passionate about risk management, if you haven't noticed. Do you use isolated or cross? On Bluffin I use, what do I use? Cross. I use cross, but my risk management is so tight, okay? It doesn't really matter, but mostly I trade with isolated. It depends on my trading strategy, but I can use cross very successfully because I have my stop loss in place. I always have my stop loss in place. So it doesn't matter if I'm using isolated or cross, but cross does come with additional risk, because if you don't have a stop loss in place, then it uses all of your capital as margin, which means that if you're on the wrong side of the market and you've gone in too heavy with high leverage, you can lose your entire account. So it is more dangerous to trade with cross. But if you're experienced, I want to throw the but in there. For the experienced traders, sometimes it does benefit to trade with cross, because you can use profits to add to positions. You just need to do it responsibly and always have invalidations in place. Now, this is why it means it could still push up. Okay, are we rejecting? I don't think so. I will only attempt to short in my zone, guys. I will only attempt to short in my zone. Okay, there's nothing for me to do here. There's nothing for me to do here until it gets to my area of interest. First level, 0.618. Next level, 0.382. Range high, 0.786. These are the zones that I'll be paying attention to. Okay, I do want preferably the high to be claimed. But I do realize that it can still reject. It can still reject, and I can take advantage of that move, and then it can go back up. And this is why I'm giving this short the benefit of the doubt. Even if it does not claim the highs and I see what I want to see over here, I can attempt a short for that little trade. Can it go lower? Of course, that's just about trade management, leaving a runner. But why get so close to the highs and not take it? Why? Why? The short makes more sense over here because of all the liquidity above the high. Grab the liquidity, then reject. Or most bullish case scenario that I have gone through is price just doesn't stop. It just goes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It just goes. And this is why risk management is so important. Because although I might attempt to short in the zone, or not, depending on how price reacts. Maybe price just starts gaining in volume. It just starts slicing through. There's no trade for me if I see that. Okay, but if it reacts, it slows down, then I can execute, be wrong, and get stopped out with profits. I think these two trades, I got stopped out with profits. I was wrong and I got stopped out with profits. But it still made me money. So I can be wrong. And if I'm really paying attention and I'm managing my risk like a king, I can be stopped out with profits. Okay, looks like price now wants to push a little bit higher over here. Right, legends. Obviously, if I end the stream and I'm done over here, I will be inside of the community. Andy is inside of the community. If I'm not on YouTube, I'm inside of the community. That is where I share what I do from a trading perspective. Links are down in the first link down in the description. You can send me the word access to my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. It also gives you free access, extended access to our tools. And right, legends, because I don't know how long it's going to take to push up over here. I have been live for 5 hours. I'll see if I can stay for a little bit longer to watch the reaction. First level that I'm watching is the 0.618. There we go. I like to, someone asked me, can't remember when, but someone asked me, Devil, why do you use the dotted lines? Because I want to see price action, go through it and get back. And usually when it's a solid line, I struggle to see whether price is above or below, or what it's, so it just gives me a better window through the line to see what price is doing. That's why I like to use the dotted lines. I know sometimes when I make them thin like this, people struggle, oops, let me undo that. People struggle to see it when I do the YouTube live streams. But when I trade, the thinner the line, the better, because I want to see the reaction above and below the line. So for me, when I trade by myself, I love thin lines like that. I'm not sure if you guys can see it. I love thin lines like that so that I can see when it's above and below. The thicker the line, the more difficult it is to spot that. Because I'm a sniper trader, like I execute my trades with precision. Right, so, but for the purpose of this live stream, I'll make it a little bit thicker so everyone can see it. Okay, you should be able to see that a little bit better. Sounds too familiar. Guys, I wouldn't call this a very strong rejection at the moment. Volume is not very big. Yeah. I'm still waiting for higher. It's patience, guys. Patience, patience, patience. What are your rules for trading? It depends on the strategy that I'm using. Position size, number 1. Okay. As soon as I have enough money to cover my fees, I cover them. As soon as I have enough money to cover my stop loss, I take it. But I always need to make sure, and this is part of the education that I did privately yesterday in the community. I told everyone exactly how I do it. And that's part of my trading rules, is to manage my risk before I can take a breather, sit back down and relax and let the trade play out. There was a lot of work that went into that trade down there. There was a lot of work that went into the rules that I had to apply, covering my fees, making sure that I don't overexpose my position. Okay, and now I'm just enjoying the momentum to the upside after I've done all the work. People don't realize that takes, for me, that takes work, because I spend a lot of time managing my risk. Once my risk is managed and it's a free trade, I can relax. For me, at least. That's where I pay attention. That's where I have to stare at the chart. That's where I have to do my calculations. How much can I take? How much can I risk? Whatever the case might be. So there's a couple of other rules, but obviously, guys, that I will share with the community. If you want to be part of the community, first link down in the description. Send me the word access. Great stream, Olivier. Thanks, man. Thanks. Let me do a quick poll while we wait for price to do its thing over there. I actually want to do a quick poll over here. Who has been here since the beginning? I just want to see, do we have some die-hard fans here in the stream? Beginning. Oh, maybe it would help if I start the poll and not type a message. Sorry guys, it's been a long time that I've been on the stream, so I am start poll. Let's do this. Yes, just a little fun poll. Okay, there we go. Oh, price is pushing up. But volume is still not increasing. Volume is still not increasing with this push up. Well, I have most certainly been here since the beginning. I mean, I can honestly answer that. I'm feeling bad. I missed a lot today. No worries, man. No worries. I know it might be a little bit of a pain to go and rewatch everything now. That is why I have trained myself to listen to content on 2 to 3 times speed. So usually when I need to catch up on someone's live stream or listen to a podcast or a book, whatever the case might be, I usually consume that in 2 to 3 times speed. It's actually become so bad that I even watch movies on 1.5, 2 times speed. Okay, the music doesn't sound great, but I can get through movies in half an hour instead of watching a movie for an hour. That's how bad it's become. I really struggle to watch content at 1 time speed because your brain gets so used to consuming content at a faster rate. Was trading and making music for a client project. No worries, man. No worries. We can see it fine though. Oh, the fine line. Okay, cool. I do 2 times speed, then I ask AI to read the summary and give me an output, and I can read it in under 2 minutes. Yeah, that also works. That also works. Okay, Donkey Devil, absolute pleasure, man. Beginning. Me, Chicken, yeah, you've been here. I know Ulifir has been here. I know A Trader has been here. I can't remember everyone, but okay. Just want to see the results in the poll. More than half, 67% of people has been here since I went live 5 hours and 10 minutes ago. Well done. Well done. Right. Yo, diehard trading fans out there. Guys, I need to take a bathroom break, but price is at such a close level at the moment that I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss it. I don't think it's just going to be a tap and go. I think it might pierce the level properly. Well, let's see how it plays out. Me, Devil, just saw you before you went on tour. I can dismiss that. Me, Devil, what time frame do you use to jump in an SFP under the dotted line? I usually stick to the 15-minute time frame, which I should jump back to. Okay, 15-minute, 1 hour time frame is my favorite time frame. You can do it on any time frame. You can do it on the 1 minute, okay, because I have my zone for the potential short. And right, you can do it on any time frame. My favorite, I'm just sharing my favorite, is the 15-minute or 1 hour time frame. Ooh, volume is starting to increase here on the 15-minute time frame, but 1 hour is still decreasing. How much? 1 minute for the 1 hour candle to close. Now it could double top here. Based on this mess here, could get a little bit choppy. Based on this mess, it could do this, maybe once more. Okay, could create those, keeps on weaking out. I will take more profits from my long once price takes the high. I will take more profits from my long. I'm working and you are at the background. You can go live for more than 3 hours. Hold it, dear Walt. I'm holding it. You can see the water running out of my eyes already. Still need to have a J job. No long streams for me yet. Are you shorting on the VWAP? I'm actually more interested in the 0.618. Yeah, it would be great if it taps the VWAP, but like I said, guys, I have 1-to-1 HT. I do like this level more. I like that level way more than this one. But I can have a little attempt over here. I can have an attempt over here. Maybe not there, there. Because if price taps the 0.382, it means it's claimed the high. Now that to me is way more interesting from a technical perspective, because then I know liquidity has been grabbed. And if there's then a rejection, there's a higher chance for a deeper correction. So I'm basically looking at this high. So the 0.382 is above that high, and this is why this level for me is more interesting from a technical perspective for a deeper correction. This one, I can have an attempt over here because I know that it can do that and then back up, but I can still make money with that move. So I don't have big hopes for this little short. Yes, it's about trade management. I will definitely leave a runner for in case it wants to fall down, and maybe it does form a lower high, lower high, lower high, and price falls down. But technically for me is way more interesting to short above the highs, because there's liquidity above. And once liquidity has been grabbed and price starts trading back below the highs, that's interesting for a deeper correction. Okay, but remember guys, I'm very aware of the bullish case scenario. Just want to highlight that again, because I know there's a lot of people that just jumped in now and they didn't listen to everything that I've been saying over the last 5 hours. 1, 2, and this could rock and roll to the upside. There's no adding, for me, there's no adding to positions and hoping and praying that price is going to turn around. No, I have to see liquidity grab and I need to see a rejection back below the level. Okay, just want to pay attention. What is cooking? It's now tapped my area of interest. It still looks strong to the upside, so I'm not interested yet. Volume is starting to increase. I do see that here on the 15-minute time frame. Like I said, guys, I'm very aware of the bullish case scenario. It can pop out here in a third wave. And I don't want to be on the wrong side of the market without a stop loss. No, 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 no. Oh man, it would be so great for price to at least tap the VWAP. Or go to the 0.382. That would be nice. I want to see what CVD is doing. A lot of volume behind these candles. Do you guys see the neon green candles? It means there's a massive amount of volume behind those candles. Okay, and you can see volume is now starting to slow down. Massive volume here. Massive volume on this momentum to the upside. Just all the way, just volume, volume, volume to the upside. If I don't see the reaction that I want to see, I'm not entering the trade. Going up now, yes, there's also increasing volume at the moment. So remember guys, if you want to have access to how I personally approach the markets when I'm not on YouTube, I'm inside of the community. It's the first link down in the description. Send me the word access on Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join the community. Because yeah, on Thursday I won't be on YouTube. Then it's Andy's marathon. Andy's marathon is on Thursday. He will be spending that, but then I will be the whole day inside of the community. If you're getting nervous about a trade like this, I'm not saying it's always the case. If you're getting nervous about a trade like this, most often what it means is that you could be risking too much. Because if you're risking peanuts, you should not be nervous. If you risk, well, for me, if I'm risking what I'm supposed to be risking, I'm not nervous about the trade because I know I'm going to get stopped out and lose what I wanted to lose. It's not great to lose a trade. It sucks. But what really sucks is if you have a 10% hole in your account or a 20% hole in your account or no account. Okay, that sucks. I've just, guys, and I'm speaking based on my experience. Based on my experience when I used to trade years ago, when I learned how to trade, usually when I was nervous to enter a trade, I was risking too much. And when I lowered my position size, I was like, oh, it's now easier to take these trades because I know I'm risking what I'm supposed to be risking, what I feel comfortable risking. Dum-dum-dum. No trade for me as price is above my area of interest. Am I maybe missing any other levels? I think I've prepared it pretty well over here. Yeah, those are the zones. Price is pushing up. Volume is increasing for the moment, so no short for me just as yet. Yeah. Now I wait. Oh, sorry guys, I forgot to drag my exchange here to the downside in case I do want to jump into this trade. If I miss it, I miss it. If I don't see the reaction that I want, how do I lead the scribble now here from this thing? Oh, there we go. Ooh, it looks like people are entering shorts over here. It looks like people are entering shorts. I wouldn't be surprised if I see bullish CVD forming. Nope, it's still fine. It's still fine. It is still fine. Okay. I like that price is back below the level. It now just needs to stay back below the level. Guys, always high chance to get stopped out. I did enter. As price got the pullback below the level, stop loss above the high. And 0.15% of my portfolio. So less than 1%. I don't have to risk much here because it's a SFP. If I get stopped out, it gets rejected again, I will re-enter the trade. Because remember guys, that I'm risking less than 1% of my portfolio here. I'm not going aggressive. I am going a little bit more aggressive than the fund trade. Okay, that fund rate was very, very, very small. Where did the music go? High chance to get stopped out here, guys. But I mean, it's got the rejection. You know, for me, it's valid. It's very aggressive. You need to know what you are doing. Okay. It got acceptance back below the levels, which is valid. I know where to put my stop loss. I know why I'm entering, where to put my stop loss, and I know where to start taking profits. So I am following my rules. If I get stopped out, which does happen from time to time, then I look at the next zone. It is what it is. Tiny little stop loss. Where did the music go? High chance to get stopped out here, guys. I have to make it clear volume is increasing. And I guess the reason I'm hammering on it so much is I just want people to practice good risk management. Like now, look at what's happening now. Now it's most probably going to stop me out. And if it stops me out, I'll wait for the next level. If I take 2 losses in a day, I'm not allowed to trade for the rest of the day. So if I get stopped out of this one and I have another attempt and I get stopped out again with a loss, I'm not allowed to trade for the rest of the day and I have to respect my rules. So if I get stopped out of this one, that will be my first attempt. My first, well, I'm not counting the fun trade, guys. I'm not counting that. But I would like price to take the high. Technically, it's still the best level for me for price to take the high. But now price is above my area of interest, so there's a high chance I'm going to get stopped out. Where did the music go? Let me put this back on. There we go. Our volume is still increasing. Sorry guys, while I wait for that, I think I'm about to get stopped out if I'm not mistaken. Not yet. It's holding on by a thread. I wanted to do something over here. I just want to see, yeah, I do have the right FIP pool. I just wanted to make sure that I have the right FIP pool. Remember, legends, if this is a WXY, this is a Y wave target. Further up, 786, 1 to 1. Same with the ABC. If this is a B, C here to the upside, this is a rare target for C wave, but it's a Y wave target. So basically what I'm trying to highlight is these levels here to the upside are levels that I will be keeping an eye on for potential rejection. Okay, if it does not reject here, because I'm very well aware of the bullish case scenario. Bearish case scenario, it forms a WXY, it rejects. Okay, or an ABC, which is rare. This is a rare target for an ABC. I would like it to at least tap the 0.786, reject. ABC, it continues to the upside, can even go and smack $73,000, 723. This is how aggressive it can get to the upside. This is why I am taking the knock from a risk management perspective. I do not want to be on the wrong side of the market. Okay. Impulse 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there's still a lot that needs to happen before that's going to happen. But I'm very aware of the bullish case scenarios. This is the first level Okay, if I do this, this is the first level for this scenario. Okay, three-wave structure. Basically, for this three-wave structure, this is the first level. Yes, there's confluence, anchored VWAP. It's the point of control of the... Did I delete that level? No, that's the range high. I think I deleted that level by mistake. Anyways, it's also the point of control, if I'm not mistaken, of this entire range. Let me put that back. There we go. Right? Price. This is why this area is so interesting for a short. I know it's the first target. Okay. Anchored VWAP, 0.618. Point of control. You can see why I'm looking for a short. There's confluence. There's lots of confluence. Okay, so I'm looking for a short in the zone. I'm about to get stopped out. It's literally holding on by a thread. I'm about to get stopped out of this trade. If it does not reject here, I'm looking at the next level. Okay, $67,000, 954. Because I am very aware of the bullish case scenario where price just keeps on going. And it goes all the way to the value area high. For now, here on the 4-hour time frame, volume is still decreasing. So there's still a chance for a rejection over here. My preference is for price to take the damn high, then reject. That's my preference because I know there's liquidity above that high. Okay, if I get stopped, which it looks like I'm about to get stopped out. If I get stopped out of this trade and I do attempt a fresh short at a different level, I will keep the community up to date. Because that is where I spend most of my time. It is the link, first link here down in the description. Send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. So yeah, let's see if price does get the reaction at this level. I want to see here on the 1-hour time frame. I think I did do that already in a previous. Just want to see something here. I want to see the point of control in that range. It's a little bit higher. Point of control in that range. I'm going to put a line there. That's where the most amount of volume was traded inside of this range. Oh, it's also below the high. No, man. Okay, let's see if price can get the rejection. Okay. What I will also consider for this trade, if price chops around here, it chops around here. Okay. I might consider just having a lower entry, and I want to see the weakness. I want to see that below the level, and then I'll enter a little bit late to the party. But I have confirmation that the damage is done to the upside. It's chopped all it wanted to chop, and I don't have to SFP after SFP. Maybe it does another high after SFP. I don't have to go and play all those SFPs. I just wait for the weakness. I have a further stop loss, but I'll go in with less capital. That's another way for me to trade this. It just depends on, sometimes for me, it just depends on how much time I have. How much screen time do I have? Do I have time to stare at the screen the whole time? Okay. Or do I just, rather just wait for confirmation? Or, and there's many ways to skin this cat. There's always more than one way to skin the cat. Sometimes what I will do is I will say, this is my area of interest. How much am I willing to risk for this trade? And depending on how much I'm willing to risk for the trade, I will add my stop loss there. So let's say I'm willing to risk 1% stop loss. That's what and this is how I traded twice last week in the community. I placed a trade twice like this last week in the community where I said, I'm going to be a little bit more relaxed about the trade. I'm giving my stop loss a little bit of room. And if it wants to chop and chop and chop and chop and chop, okay, I'm willing to risk 1%. Hopefully it doesn't chop me out, but if it does, that is what I was willing to risk for the trade, so that I don't have to stare at my screen the whole time. So it depends on how much time I have to spend in front of my PC. If I'm busy with other things, maybe I'm at gym or cleaning the garden, whatever the case might be, and I might choose a different style to enter the trade. Still not stopped out of this trade. By some miracle, still not stopped out. I do think that there's a chance it's going to continue up higher here. It doesn't want to get back below the 0.618, and it needs to start trading back below the 0.618. So there's a chance it could go higher to grab some more liquidity. Okay, on the smaller time frames, remember guys, this could be your impulse, your correction, and this could be 1 2 1 2 1 2. It's forming nested 1-2s. The first 1-2 is the biggest 1-2, so most bullish case scenario is 1 2 1 2 1 2, and it goes 3, and then it starts 4-5ing here to the upside. Okay, it starts forming that to the upside, this basically. But what I want to see with that, if that's going to happen, I want to see volume increasing. And then every time the high gets chopped, I want to see volume decreasing. Then I'm going to be interested in a short, and that is exactly how this short played out. This one. 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 4 5 4 5. Can you guys see the mess? The mess? Perfect example. I was looking for shorts over there after I saw the big move with the highest amount of volume. So it provides a trading opportunity. I don't care that I missed that move. I don't care that I missed that move. Now I'm interested in the short based on new information that I'm seeing. So if price does exactly the same thing, it runs here to the upside. I am long, so I'm going to make money with a move here to the upside. Okay, but I'm going to wait for this before I short. I'm going to wait for that, and volume needs to start decreasing. Okay, but I want to see the increase in volume for that move. And I want volume to decrease, then I become interested in shorts. And that is basically if it does not reject in this zone. I have to paint out all scenarios, but remember guys, that's why it's great to be inside of the community, because as price unfolds and things change, we get new information. That's where myself and Andy can update the community. We can't be on YouTube all the time. Okay. So if you want to be inside of the community, send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Oh, it's getting a rejection. Now, because of this rejection, now it gives me the opportunity to manage my trade, to manage my risk management, to manage my risk management, to manage my risk. Let me just give myself some breathing room. Okay. I'm going to take a little bit off the table here. I can take some more to cover fees. Go, fall. If you can just fall a little bit more, then I'll be able to cover my fees. I remember when I used to trade with $800, and now the fee for me to open up a trade is $800. Sometimes $1,800, just depending on what I trade with. Okay, my fees are officially covered, but my stop loss is not covered yet. I need price to fall down a little bit more in order to cover my stop loss. At least I'm not losing the $800 for the fees. So, risk management, always number one. Let's see, guys. I need price to fall a little bit further for me to consider taking a little bit more profits to cover my SL. I can't just close the position and have nothing to run to the downside. That doesn't make any sense. Remember, guys, to smash up that like button if you do enjoy the content. How many likes do we have? Did people are more bearish about the like button than the stream. How many likes do we have? Let me see here. 290 likes. I think if we can push the like button above 300 likes, that would be greatly appreciated. And then perhaps I'll stay on for another 20 minutes. If we can't get the like... spoke too soon. Okay, I'll be here for another 20 minutes, guys. But what I have to do is... I'm going to change this message to 2 minutes. I need to use the bathroom. You don't understand. Okay, can you see the water flowing out of my eyes? I need to use the bathroom. Right, I will be back in 2 minutes. Okay, price is currently getting the rejection. It needs to fall a little bit more for me to take profits to cover my stop loss. It's not enough yet. My profits at the moment is exactly the same as my stop loss. So I have to close 100% of my position in order to cover my stop loss, which doesn't make sense from a technical perspective. I have covered my fees. If price falls a little bit further, then it means I can pay my stop loss and then I have a free trade and I can relax. Okay. Not that I'm stressed anyways, because I never risk more than what I'm supposed to risk. Right, legends, I will be back in, as per the message, 2 minutes. Let me do this.
Numbers fading into blue. Doubt is whispering the truth, but I've been here before. I won't walk out that door. Fear is loud, hope is quiet, but I choose to keep on trying. Through the chaos and the noise, I still hear that inner voice. This is more than just a trade. This is faith we chose to take. Through the fire, through the pain, we'll see sunlight after rain. Hold the line, don't let go, even when it's moving slow. In the dark we still believe there is more than what we see. Voices saying walk away, save yourself another day, but they don't see what I see. This is long-term energy. Every crash rewrites the game. Every loss ignites the flame. We are early, we are strong. We've been right here all along. Close your eyes, just breathe it in. Let the silence pull you in. Zoom in out, the truth appears. We've been building through the years. Time will test and time will heal. Only patience makes it real.
guys. I really like this song. Just want to jam to this beat while I wait for price to fall so I can cover my stop loss. Why don't you use Mexi Devil 0 fees? Because I love bluffing. I trust bluffing. I am VIP status 3 on bluffing, I think. Yes, so I do get reduced fees. I just prefer to trade on bluffing. Fees has never really bothered me unless you are a scalper. If you're scalping the 1 minute 30-second time frame, fees becomes a problem because even if you're winning trades, the fees bleed you dry. But when I'm playing larger positions like this, guys, because remember, I'm targeting lower levels. Let's say I'm targeting that low as a TP1, okay? Fees doesn't matter, okay? Doesn't matter because that's $8,000 profit, just taking the lows over here, for example. I'm taking bigger trades. That's the best way that I can explain it. Because I take bigger trades, I take a long and I take profits at the highs, for example. I play bigger moves. If this short plays out, this could be a bigger move. Because I play bigger moves, fees doesn't matter for me. If you're scalping, fees matters. Okay, so for me, I know my brother likes to trade on Mexi because they have 0 fees because he's a scalper. He scalps the 15-second, 1 minute time frame. And fees makes a big difference in how he wins and stays profitable. Because you're playing small, tiny little moves. You're playing like 0.1% up, 0.5% down, 1% up. You're playing small little moves, then fees matter. But because I'm playing, it's the easiest answer, because I'm playing bigger moves, you know, you get the deal. I'm playing bigger moves. I'm looking for bigger trades. Fees doesn't matter. I call it business expenses. You know, when you have a business and you sell hot dogs, you have to buy the vihanas, you have to pay the accountant, you have to pay for gas to buy the rolls or whatever the case might be. I call it business expenses. And if you treat trading like a business, you know that there's going to be expenses along the way. So I'm happy to give the exchange what they want in order to use their platform to place a trade that I trust. Oh, it just needs to stay below the level. At least. So can you guys see that? Okay, well, it's now way less. I don't have enough. I've covered my fees. You can see I've covered my fees. I've already taken $900 to cover my fees. Okay, my stop loss is $1,712, which is way less than 1% of my capital. I have not even opened this trade. Okay, I started with more than what I have now just to open up the trade in order to manage my risk. So usually what happens, guys, and this is the secret sauce of trading, okay? Myself and Alan is also a very experienced trader inside of our community. He also shared it yesterday. If I start with $1 million position, just to give it a number, if I enter a trade with $1 million position, by the time price gets here, I usually have like 500k or 600k running. I've used more than half of my position to manage my risk, because that's what's important to me as a trader. It's the most important thing to me, is that I can go in heavy, use most of the capital to manage the risk, and then let the rest run to the downside. That's how I like to trade. There's another way in which you can a person can enter. You put your stop above the high and you just wait. for price to fall before you start taking profits. Yes, you're going to make more money, but every time you take a knock, you're going to take a bigger knock. I like to trade the way that I trade because that's the system that I've developed for myself. My risk management becomes number one. When price falls, like the trade here to the upside, okay, 14k profits already, is that I've spent most of my position when I entered managing my risk, and then I let the rest run, and it still makes me a decent amount of profit. Oh man, it's most probably going to stop me out now. But let's see. It is a valid rejection. It's a valid SFP. It got the pullback. Can't win them all. If it pulls back, then I'm going to make more money. Okay. But I need price to fall more so I can cover my stop loss. And then basically looking at the structure, that becomes a TP1. TP2, there's an order block. There's a 1 hour order block right over there. 1 hour order block, TP2. And then obviously, I mean, you can see the support and resistance over here. Look at that. And then after I've taken these profits, I can then make a trading decision to say that, okay, now I leave a runner. If it wants to fall down further, I leave a runner. Or price goes back up and stops me out with that profits. And that's a trading decision that I need to make. Just like I did with the long trade, okay, with this long trade, I took a lot of profits here to the upside. And then once I took all of those profits, I made a trading decision to say that, well, I have enough profits now to leave a runner and I'm going to let the rest run. Because now I also have a hedge. I have a beautiful hedge against the losses that I'm taking, looking for the short. Okay. Obviously, if I get stopped out with $20,000 losses here up on that's just stupid. Okay, that's just it's my own fault if I do that. But what I will do is when I take this, if I take this $1,700 knock, I will take another $1,700 profit from the long to cover that loss. That's what I'm going to do. And that's the beauty about hedging. I knew that the short was going to be an interesting short, and the best way for me to get into that short is to make sure that I also have a hedge long. And sometimes I'm not, sometimes it's not that easy. It's because when I was looking for this long, I didn't have a short. So that's where you're exposing yourself to a lot of risk. But that was a high confidence trade, 8-hour order block. Andy also highlighted this inside of the community. Because when we're not on YouTube, we're inside of the community. Link is down in the description. Okay, send me the word access to join my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Right, let us go through some comments. Name of the song, it's a playlist that my brother has put together for me. So you won't be able to find it on iTunes or Spotify or anything like that. Okay, my brother makes the music that I play here for me on YouTube so that I don't get copyright strikes. Another community member has given me access to his music as well. I just haven't had the time to listen through everything yet that I can also use. So there'll be a variety coming through. CVD, what is CVD doing? Yes, I'm local bearish and bullish. There's a little bit of a combination over here. So there's a chance for that high to be swept again and maybe get the rejection. Let's see. Take a 0.4 on Mexi. Some pairs are zero fees. Yeah, guys, like I explained, fees doesn't matter to me because I take bigger trades. And if you're a swing trader, for example, like Andy and Matt, then fees doesn't matter at all, okay, because you're playing much larger positions. What indicator is that GB black line? What do you mean GB black line? That is the anchored VWAP. If you're talking about this line that's running down here, that's the anchored VWAP. It's not an indicator. It's a tool that you can use here on the anchored VWAP. And the anchored VWAP works best on the higher time frames, okay, from pivot highs and pivot lows. That's where the anchored VWAP works the best. From a pivot high to the, well, you basically just snap it onto the pivot high and then you'll get the line running down here. So price is currently at the anchored VWAP 0.618. It's getting a reaction. I like it. There's a chance for potential scalp, okay. It's just about how I'm going to manage the profits here to the downside. Leave a runner because it could still get choppy here. It could still do this. Okay, it still does that. And then it gets the rejection. I can enter again with my stop above the high if I see the weakness. I am a very persistent trader. I can get stopped out 10 times in a day and still eventually take that trade as long as I don't get stopped out with a loss. I remember there's been days where I get stopped out 5 times looking for a specific level. And every time I get stopped out to break even. Small profits, break even, and eventually I catch it. Okay, but that's persistent trading, but it requires a lot of screen time. So if I didn't have my risk management rules like I've just explained to you, those little days where I took those 8 or 5 trades would have never happened before I caught the trade, because my trading rule says if I take 2 losses, I'm not allowed to trade for the rest of the day. Do you like to keep an eye on the DXY for? No, I don't. I used to. I don't do it anymore. Guys, I don't have to analyze USDT dominance, total 3, total 2, total 1, DXY, S&P 500, NASDAQ. I used to do that when I started trading. I used to analyze everything just to take a trade on Bitcoin. And then a very, very successful, experienced trader told me, what on earth are you doing? Why are you making so much work for yourself? Trade the chart in front of you. Everything else will just fall in place. If you have an area of resistance that you're planning to short it. Learn to master your risk management around that short. That's the most important. Does your brother have his music somewhere I could listen to them? I do share the playlists inside of our community. The community gets everything, right? They also got a template yesterday. They got free education yesterday. Community is where my passion lies. So I do share my playlist for the music that my brother produces to the community. Unfortunately, I can't share links here in YouTube. It doesn't allow me to. So MP3s. If you want to be part of the community, you can send me the word access and I'll send you the instructions on how you can be part of the community, because I really think we have a great community. Okay, and I have belonged to many communities in my trading career. I just came in. Are you looking for price to fall or rise higher? Well, I have entered a short, but I'm still in a long as well. So I'm having a little bit of a short attempt over here based on confluence, rejection zone, point of control, anchored VWAP 0.618. There's a potential for a WXY here to the upside where it could reject. Maybe it chops the high 1 or 2 more times. I don't know what's going to happen here. But if I'm not here on YouTube, I will keep the community up to date. Love from India. Great to see you here on the live stream. Alex, hey, I remembered. Devold, is there any way to mark trades like this in the community, like that 8-hour long block? 8-hour long block. I'm not sure what you mean by the 8-hour long block. Maybe, Alex, you can just show me, post me a screenshot or something in the community and tag me, and I can see what you're looking at. That 8-hour long block. I'm not sure what you mean. 8-hour order block? Do you mean the 8-hour order block? I don't know. Devold, how do you read the CVD? I actually discussed that yesterday in the community. Yesterday was a fun day in the community, guys. Really, really fun day in the community. I'm sure the community members will agree. For me, it was fun. If it wasn't fun for you, well, it's not my problem. I had fun. I just don't want to share Andy's analysis because that's for the community. So, yesterday in the community, I did a private live stream and I named it Education. It's an unlisted video, so you don't have access to it. So it's for the it's for the community only. And inside of this educational section, I discussed volume profiles, how I basically manage my trades on Bluffin and so forth. And I discussed, did a little bit of analysis. Fuck guys, I can't remember everything that I discussed, but I basically covered what you were asking right now. CVD, covered CVD as well. Okay, so I want to keep some stuff exclusive for the community so that the community members feel that they get the value. Okay, you support me and Andy, and we support you. And you're supporting myself and Andy by signing up with one of our exchange links. Okay, and then or sending me the word access and get the instructions on how to join the community. There's a couple of ways in which you can get in. So you support myself and Andy, and then we look after you. You know, it's a two-way street at the end of the day. So myself and Andy do want to keep certain things exclusive for the community. Am I going to get stopped out of this trade? We'll see. Yeah, good chance I'm going to get stopped out of this trade. Has been dancing around this level. Okay, if I end the live stream, remember the community is there. Okay, if I enter a fresh short, I will let the community know, because I do share what I do from a trading perspective inside of the community, because I believe the best way people can learn is if they see how you do it. Okay, so I share what I do inside of the community. Right, what else? Devold, you're the goat. Bug Maria, thanks for joining the live stream. Maria is also inside of our community, very successful trader. She wasn't always successful. She shared her trading journey with the community in a voice message. Beautiful story, very authentic. Love it. And thanks for joining the live stream. Much appreciated. One of our best students inside of our community that really takes the educational part of our community seriously. Okay, that long you in? Yeah, I also love that long I'm in, Alex, because it does help me with this little short. It does protect me against the short if I'm wrong. That's the beauty about hedging. Guys, join the community. It will be the best thing that you've done. Rico, thank you so much. I appreciate it, and I'm glad you guys are enjoying the community. And I mean, I can only speak for myself. I have personally belonged to a lot of communities, and I think our community is the best. Thanks. I had also opened a little short. Nice. Mr. Cyril, welcome. I didn't catch the stream yesterday, but gonna watch it back after this stream. Well, good luck, Mr. Cyril. You need to watch 6 hours of this. So even at 2 times speed is going to take you 3 hours. So maybe you need to ramp up to 3 times speed so you can watch it in an hour and a half. Coach, there is a weekly at 66636. Price rejected exactly earlier, and now it's getting support almost exactly at the weekly. There's a weekly level that I don't know about. Let me go check that out. A weekly level. That is the weekly level trade that I took yesterday. The SFP from the weekly. Okay, let me just undo that. If I go to the weekly time frame, there's no weekly level there, brother. I don't see a weekly level where price is at the moment. That is not a weekly. It's been tapped by price action. That weekly has been tapped by price action over there, so it's not valid. There's no weekly level here. There's a weekly level. There's nothing here. The point of control. Okay, let me just do this. I don't see the weekly. I don't, unfortunately. This weekly point of control has been tapped. There's nothing. I don't see a weekly level. Unless you can show, if you're inside of the community, you can always post me a screenshot and show me what you mean. Maybe I'm just being a little bit, I don't want to use the word blonde because I don't want to offend everyone, but maybe I'm just being a little bit stupid in the moment. Okay, I don't see a weekly level. But I do see my trading plan, which is the 0.618. Oh, that 382. I would love that 382 to get tap on top. Do you guys see that 382? That is basically a fib all the way from the high to the low of the structure. And usually when price taps a major fib level for the first time, it gets a nice reaction. So if I get stopped out of this short and price rejects there, claims the liquidity above the high, now that is a much better short that I want to be participating in. I can maybe take my back in 2 minutes away. Okay, right. And I can switch the weekly levels off, just clean up the kitchen. I can switch this off, right? So that's basically what I mean. This zone for me, for a short, very interesting. This attempt over here is based on the reaction, and okay, there's a chance to get potential rejection, and then it goes and claims it again, and I can take advantage of that move. The best trade for me is a little bit higher up above the highs. No reaction, no trade. Remember to smash up that like button if you haven't done so already. If you're new to the channel, you enjoy what I'm talking about, the education, remember to subscribe for future notifications. Deervold, is there any way to mark trades like this in the community, like that long you are in? What do you mean log? Like I have a little section where we post all the trades, because I do post it inside. I did post that long inside of the community. It was the 8-hour order block. The analysis was done. Damn Devil still streaming 5 hours. Great shout out, Mr. Goku, to the man educating the masses. Thank you so much. Harmonic Fisherman, Andy, any BTC weekly macro analysis today in the live? Unfortunately not today, maybe next time. I think we got fixated on this area of rejection at the moment where I'm attempting the short, and it's just going to take too long for me. I mean, it's been 6 hours already. I'm running on fumes and running out of brain power, so I don't want to go into the higher time frames and make a fool of myself. So I will leave that for the next stream. I also have been in a few communities. Some are just dead. Some people just argue, yes, and some just looking for signals, yes. However, Mind Pillar is 1000% the best. Thanks, Paul. I really appreciate that, because that's exactly my experience in previous communities as well. They give you signals and they don't tell you why. Why are they entering the trade? How did they get to the conclusion? Where's their risk management? Where are they planning to take profits? How do you manage your risk? They don't. Stop it. Why is it doing that? Okay. No, I don't want to remove that comment. Stop it. Yes, I appreciate that, because that's been my experience as well with most communities. And also what I've seen with a lot of communities is that the influencer on YouTube promoting the community is never there. That I've seen very often. They're never there. They sell you this beautiful community where you're going to learn all of these beautiful things, have direct access to the influencer, and then you never see them. Myself and Andy are very active inside of the community. That is our commitment to the community. You're in the community, you get access, direct access to myself and Andy as well. You can ask us questions as well. I don't always get to everything, especially when people ask me personal DM messages. And I prefer for people to ask me messages in the community, because we have a lot of other experienced traders that can also help when I can't. Okay. If Andy came after you and streamed for another 4 hours, I would watch that too. Great. I love it. I love it. Okay, no man, the private stream was only 1 hour. The private stream was only 1 hour. Yes, it was. Okay, entered SFP short. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm also in the same short. Maybe it's a 2000 weekly level. Oh, there's no weekly level there. Okay, you can show me fisherman, harmonic fisherman. If you are inside of the community, you can just post a screenshot and we can check it out together. Okay, whether it's a valid weekly level or not. But I mean, a level, for me, a line is a line. If I see a reaction at a line, I get excited because I know how to risk. It's so strange that I can manage my risk around one line. Okay. It was bullish new moon. Ooh, yeah, I haven't checked the moon phases, but I know the full moon is in the sky. I saw it. Yeah. Full moon was down here. Bare moon, the full moon hasn't printed yet. Yeah, full moon has not printed yet. Am I smoking my socks? When did I see that full moon in the sky? Was it over here? That's a new moon. Right, anyone lagging? I don't know. Let me check the stream quality. Let me check the stream quality. No, it's still perfect. It says excellent connection. Stream health, excellent. It says excellent connection. So it's not on my side. I can do a quick speed test. Just to show everyone, I don't think the issue is on my side. It's not the download speed that matters, it's the upload speed. And as long as it's above 25, it's great for YouTube live streaming, which you can see it's well above 25. So the issue is not on my side. Okay, no lagging, stream is perfect. Great. Maybe you just need to reboot your Wi-Fi or exit and enter the stream again, I'm not sure. Longer it takes, less likely it will happen. A bit of a bull flag on the 1 minute. Damn, bull flag on the 1 minute. Let's go and check that out. Bull flag on the 1 minute. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a chance. Yeah, it looks like it's going to stop me out. Let's see. Price needs to break this upwards momentum. Do you guys see how strong the upwards momentum is? Higher high, higher high, higher highs, all the way higher highs. Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. So the upwards momentum is very strong. So for confirmation, okay, you want structure to change. You want the structure to change. You need price. Price needs to take the low. And then that is also an interesting short. Because at least now you have structure confirmation that price could form a lower high, lower low, and it could start reversing back to the downside. So that's another way to trade, is you wait for structure to break. So here on the 1 minute time frame, there's actually a very strong trend running here to the upside. And this is why these SFPs I'm attempting with great risk management. But price needs to break this momentum. And not just the trend. The best confirmation is you wait for price to take the low. because here price broke the trend and still continued up because it's still a higher low. So if price can fall down, take the low, and there's a retest. Now that is interesting. Stop goes above the high, entry, continuation. It's another way to get in. You're basically playing Maria, you know, she knows. Okay, you're playing the D line in reverse. Okay, imagine playing the breakout here to the upside. Okay, you have to treat it the same way. You're basically waiting for this trend to break so that you can take a long. I've just inverted the chart. So you're basically waiting for this to break so that you know. Oh, I have to revert. I have to use the opposite tools now because I inverted the chart. You're waiting for that so that you can target. You're waiting for that. So that's another way to get into this trade. There's always another way. I tell the community all the time as well. If you missed this and price does break out, there's another way to get into the trade. You just have to use less capital because you have bigger risk. But the risk to reward is insane. 5.23 risk to reward. Take the high. Okay. The only difference between the D-line strategy and what I'm attempting over here is I have a better entry so that when it breaks out, I don't have to look for entry over here. So it's the only difference. These ones look easy, but they take way more experience. This one is easier, but you have to use less capital. And there's another little bit of education. Okay. Right. Let's just get off the 1 minute time frame, because that's just insane. But you can see how aggressive. Can you see how aggressive the momentum is here to the upside? Okay, and this is something that could continue. Where is that? I don't even know where that line is. I don't use it often. God, is that parabol line? You guys know what I mean? I can't find it now. I don't know where it is, but basically I can see that price could accelerate here to the upside. Okay, so it needs to lose momentum. Swing failure patterns, the pros of swing failure patterns, it helps me to catch the tops and the bottoms. That's the beauty about swing failure patterns. The danger about swing failure patterns, if you can't do them with exceptional good risk management, take the knock on the chin and stick to position size, follow your trading rules, this can get you wrecked if you don't know what you are doing. So you have to wait for confirmation. So there's a couple of ways in which you can trade this. Right, legends, remember, I will be in the community tomorrow. I will do a short little update on YouTube tomorrow, not a long one like today, because these days really take a lot of energy. And so I will do a shorter update tomorrow. I will spend some time in the community. I just want to check something over here. Just want to check something. You know, Andy will also be inside of the community tomorrow, but you guys know me by now. I will also be inside of the community. Okay, so if there's a fresh opportunity and Andy didn't highlight it, I will definitely let you guys know what I do. Okay, because that's my commitment to the community. I will let people know what I do as well. And then obviously I will update my spreadsheet based on the new trades that I take. If I take a loss here, I will update the loss. If I take a win, I will update the win over here. But these are basically the trades that I've taken since the 1st of July. There is a gap because I was on a break. But you can see that my wins supersedes my losses, which it generally does from month to month. And just want to show everyone, in the spirit of transparency, I might not always do this, but I just want to, maybe for the next month or two, want to show people, this is the trades that I enter inside of the community that I do share. These are some of the profits, the losses that I take along the way, because there are going to be losses along the way. And for me, it's about how small are the losses and how big are the wins. That is what keeps me profitable as a trader. Ooh, nice. Nice. If you can just fall a little bit further so I can cover my damn stop loss. And these are the conversations that I have with myself when I'm trading by myself as well. Come on, Bitcoin, just give me enough so I can cover my stop loss. I don't want to close my entire position just to cover my stop loss. That's stupid. Okay, just fall a little bit more so that I can cover my damn stop loss and then relax. And then I can go and make dinner, I can walk my dogs, I can just go and relax. I don't have to watch the charts anymore. Okay, and that is the pain for me. This is now the pain for me about swing failure patterns. They do require a lot of screen time until the point that I've managed my risk. It depends on how you trade them. Okay, remember guys, always in the community, send me the word access. There's the link to my Telegram if you want to join the community, because that is where I spend most of my time when I'm not on YouTube. That will be, like I said, everything else that I've just spoken about will be shared inside of the community. Right. Are you taking into consideration the trend line from all-time high and then the lower high in May? I think I did talk about the trends in the beginning of the stream, but I mean, guys, it's been more than 6 hours, so I'm sure a lot of you haven't been here since I started the stream. I do have a little folder, and I do have a little trend, and I think this is the one that you are referring to as well. And this is why I want the highs to be claimed for a better shorting opportunity. I really think that if price rejects successfully from here, it's going to claim that high again. So I'm just looking for a little bit of profits in the bag for this trade that I'm in at the moment. But what I would like to see is for price, either it pulls back and it continues up, is to reject there. And that aligns with the high, claiming the high, that aligns with the 0.382 from the high to the low. So that to me is an interesting rejection. And it's either going to correct and then break out, or sweep the lows, then break out, or it just continues. In the most bullish case scenario is this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Correction, longing opportunity, and it continues. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I am positioned. So to answer your question, yes, I am keeping an eye on this trend. What I did forget to do is set my alarm. I want to know when that trend gets tapped. Okay. And give him a cookie. The pain well explained, dear Volt. Timo Sarin, absolute pleasure, man. Thanks, Devil, for the stream. I find you give me a bit more confidence to enter trades because you give confluence to what I'm seeing. Great. And this is something that I've noticed in our community as well. The people that are the most successful from a trading perspective in our community are the community members that take what myself and Andy provide from an analysis perspective, and they align it with their own analysis, and then they make a trading decision. Those are the people that I've personally seen that are the most successful. Community members that I've seen struggle are community members that see me post a trade and they take it. Just because I posted that I'm taking a trade. Failing to understand why, how to manage the risk, and where to take profits. Those are the people that I've seen still struggle in the community. Not all of them, but I'm just speaking generally. That's what I've seen, okay? Especially with one-on-one conversations. So most successful people are actually traders that use what we share and align it with their own trading plan, and then they themselves execute according to their plan using a combination of everyone's analysis. What is Andy saying? What is Devil seeing? Maybe Joan is looking at something that I didn't see. Maybe Andy's looking at something that Joan didn't see. So they take a little bit of everything and then they make their own trading decision. That's the people that I've personally seen really kill it inside of the community based on personal one-on-one conversations. The pain well explained. Great, Legends. Right, Legends, I have unfortunately run out of time. I have been here for 6 hours and 22 minutes, so I think it's time for me to say good night. Okay, not much else is happening here at the moment. I also have other things to do. I need to go and get some dinner, okay, spend some time with my family. And if something does change and I do jump into a new trade, obviously I will keep the community up to date. You guys know that by now. And it's always, guys, in every single YouTube video that I make, it has this little line in it. Okay, send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions if you want to join our community. According to me, the best community out there. And thank you so much for joining. Remember to smash up that like button. It's been an absolute pleasure spending the day with everyone inside of the stream. Have yourselves an amazing trading day. Let's see how it unfolds. And I will see you all in the next one. Cheers for now.